Yay! Excellent. Yay! We are live now. Welcome everyone, and I think I'm going to All right. Good morning, everyone who's joining this morning. This is the welcome to the Open Data Day. I'm going to start. We have a really good lineup of presenters today. I'm very excited about listening and learning from all of them. This is going to be a really interesting session in general. And I'm going to start, so it's very packed. So I'm going to start. So how it's going to work is that I will be recording some of these meetings, the presentations and the Q&A will be actually not recorded, right? So with that in mind, so let me just start with my presentation. And so I'm just setting that up now. What I'm going to do, I'm going to share my screen here. Perfect. All right. So, and with that, I need to press record. Perfect. Well, welcome everyone to the City of Portland's 2023 Open Data Day. My name is Hector Dominguez. I am the Open Data and Privacy Coordinator for the city. And I'm going to kick off all these series of presentations today, just with a quick refresher of what open data and privacy is, and particularly focus more on the privacy side. Last year's presentation was focused on open data. So let's go. So I already introduced myself. My name is Hector Dominguez. I am Open Data Coordinator, part of the Smart City PDX program. I'm working on policy making and trying to figure out how to use technology in responsible ways in collaboration with all the Smart City PDX team. So the Open Data program was actually created a long time ago in Portland. Portland has one of the oldest open data ordinances originally from 2009. But back in 2017, this ordinance was updated. And that's what really we are working on top of that ordinance, and really tries to promote the idea that all this data that the city of Portland owns has to be released publicly, make it accessible and open to everybody. Yeah, but not one of the biggest challenges sometimes is, well, what is really open data? And everything that just comes with this freely open data is what is freely used. You can reuse it, redistribute it by anyone. So open data is also a responsible way of managing the data, because before getting to that stage, it has to go through a curation process, just to making sure that there is no private information, sensitive information there. There are minimum levels of quality and integrity within these data sets that the city releases. Open data is also this bridge between for transparency and allows public engagement discussions, or allows the community to, the public in general, to understand how the city makes decisions. And at the end, the idea is that can empower the community, can empower local businesses, etc. But not all data obviously is open. So what is one of the biggest challenges that we had back when we started this work, it was understanding what is not open. And all the work started back in 2018. Our program, Smart City PDX, started to collaborate with other different groups within the city, including the Office of Equity and Human Rights, the Information Security Office, and with other partners. At the time, Portland State University, the City of Seattle has been a key a supporter and advisor in general around privacy issues. You can see these are like pictures of what we did back in 2018, and we started with what are our values. With that, those values, we actually transformed them into our privacy and information protection principles, which was a policy that passed in 2019. Those are 7 principles that includes transparency and accountability, equitable data management, full lifecycle stewardship, ethical and non-discriminatory use of data, data openness, automated decision systems, and data utility. Automated decision system has to do with algorithms on how the data gets processed and just understanding the whole life cycle for data in general, from collection to deletion and how data is being used. And then data utility is that is really in two parts, 2 sections. The city is going to, well, this principle is that we are going to only collect the minimum amount of personal identifiable information, and that has to bring some value to the city. So with that, how do we implement those principles? And that has been work that we have been developing from 2019 until now. We are still working on that. So we started with a number of like lists, sensitive data fields lists, for instance. The first one was provided by the Information Security Office. There we separate data in 3 classifications, main classifications: payment card industry, protected health information, and personal identifiable information. So our Information Security Office has classified like a number of fields that these are sensitive. We should be restricting access to this information and make sure that we create safeguards around that, particularly around cybersecurity, right? But we could actually, with these, we could actually be creating a false expectation of privacy, because in cases of public records request, it's really Oregon law, the one that dictates what we can protect and what we need to actually release publicly. And that was a discussion that we had with our public record request office in order to understand all these different laws around transparency that the state of Oregon has, and that we as a local government, a local municipality, we need to comply with. So with that in mind, we started creating like a really long list. This is just a sample of what are the public records exemptions, which means that everything that is not exempted has to be released publicly if there is a public record request. So you can see there are some specific cases where there are litigation ongoing, for instance, some confidential information for the city, security information, trade secrets, social security numbers, etc. So it's really a long list that is exempted from public record requests. Otherwise, we need to release it. Something that is not exempted that we think it should be really, really protected, particularly now, is when the city collects somebody's from the public personal address. That is not protected. We need to release it. License plates, except when there is an ongoing criminal investigation by Portland Police, we also need to release that. So that's not exempted from public record request. Medical histories, in some cases not, depending on how we are collecting that information, whether that complies with HIPAA or not, which is also tricky. And we need to connect with our city attorneys to understand better whether or not we can release it. The business information, mobility data, like if we collect or we get like how people move across the city, how vehicles move across the city, that has to be released. It's not exempted. some aggregated information, electronic devices, unique identifiers, like every electronic device has unique ID number, your cell phone, your Fitbit when you are doing exercise, name it, even cars now, of course, and IP addresses. When you, sometimes when you fill up a survey, some services actually are collecting your IP addresses. There is something called reverse IP address, where there are algorithms that can actually pinpoint where you are physically located just by looking at your IP number. The IP number is the number that your computer gets assigned when connects to the internet. So those are just some examples of things that are not exempted from public records. Therefore, we cannot really protect them. So creating a realistic expectation of privacy, that has been also part of what we are working with. Try to generate more awareness of that. So with you see, it's been quite complex. So we created some, we call it privacy initiative. It's really, you know, privacy work, where we are trying to develop due processes. We're trying to develop internal awareness of what's happening around privacy. And right now there's so much happening at the policy level, at the technology level, the impacts as well. Whether that's applicable just for information, whether that's for devices like surveillance technologies, it can get quite complex. So one of the things is that we are trying to do is to understand better that complexity, not be afraid, but rather to take it in a good way. So we are working on developing privacy and data protection assessments. That means that we need to understand the who's, the what's, the how's, the why's we are collecting that information, and the where's. Internally, we have this privacy toolkit that is still in development, but where we have surveys for doing privacy impact assessments. We have some guiding documents for managing documents, for publishing data, demographic information, etc. So that's still something that we are putting together. And now, this year in 2023, our team, Smart City PDX, is going to be working on that. Privacy impact assessment is really a method for collecting and documenting in detail how we are managing information for a specific case. So I'm understanding what are the impacts, what are the risks that all that collection of information, processing of information, like is coming together, and then if we try to get some mitigation strategies out of that. Then there is so we have a workflow on all these different mitigation, how we do a privacy impact assessment. We start with a quick evaluation. Right now, with artificial intelligence, creates another layer, well, understanding whether we are collecting any personal identifiable information, whether we are talking about surveillance technologies, whether there is some artificial intelligence claims involved here. So with all that, those big picture questions, we can actually filter out all the cases that are not required to have a privacy impact assessment, and then we focus on those that are. And depending on the case, we actually have a specific questions to understand and a specific flow to understand what are the impacts and risks. So the first step is really having this collection of all the understanding the case. So we look into the vendor, we look into the technology, we look into what gets collected, where is it stored, how that is being processed, and what are the policies around the privacy policies. So by doing this assessment, we need to look into the fine prints of all these privacy policies. With all that information, we start looking into the risks, we start looking into the impacts. We have a risk matrix here described with like low, medium, and high risks, depending on the likelihood of the specific risk or impact of like happening in that case. So we also can get we build this matrix, and anyways, and at the end we just put together all that in a single report, and very soon we are going to actually release the ones that we have developed for through these 2-3 years of piloting these ideas. And then, well, just to end, privacy is a human right. That's something that we need to keep in mind and remember. It's actually a right that is evolving as the technology evolves, as our civil liberties, civil rights also evolve. And it's actually really interesting just to see this work in real time. So it's part of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Privacy, legally speaking, is not a constitutional right here in the US. However, is spread out and fragmented in all these different laws here and there at the federal, state level, and local level as well, like here in Portland. So that creates challenges, but also opportunities. And our team, and we invite everyone who's watching this video, who's attending here live, to join the effort. So please contact us, visit our Smart City PDX website, and to learn more about all these projects. And with that, I'm going to stop my recording. And all right. And then I'm going to stop sharing so we can have some Q&A. For those who are participating, please, you can send Q&A questions via you should have a Q&A button, I suppose. And there we go. We got one from Neil and Jane. Are you going to share the recording? Yes, we are going to share the recording. And this is currently live stream on YouTube. Please visit the event webpage. And I can probably share the event webpage where you can check out the YouTube live stream. So there it's going to be. All right. Any other question? We have our next panelist here. Perfect. Any other question? And I wonder if you actually raise your hand, if you want to talk and share the questions live, I can allow you to do that, please. If not, you can just type your question, and I appreciate that. All this is going to be shared as well. Okay. If no more questions, so we already have our panelists, Ms. Mats, who's joining from the state of Oregon, the data office at the state of Oregon. Okay, here we got another question. Are there any plans or ongoing work to strengthen surveillance impact assessments with algorithmic assessments? Yes. As a matter of fact, we just passed the surveillance technologies, a surveillance technologies policy, which was a binding resolution. And one of the directives, well, the main directives were to create an inventory of surveillance technologies and to include as a requirement privacy impact assessments or impact and risk assessments for new surveillance technologies before procurement. So that's there. So we need to have that. And in addition, one of the Another directive from this policy was actually start the work on algorithms. And that's actually very exciting. We are going to be doing that work this year. So we are going to connect algorithms, privacy, and surveillance technologies, within all this framework of human rights, civil liberties, civil rights, and equity, of course. Yes, and wait, and so expect events, community events coming up our way probably by either the end of April or early May. So we are still defining the dates for that. Right. Perfect. So with this, let's come back in about 5 minutes. If there is no more questions, I appreciate everyone joining today. Again, the recordings are going to be posted in our Smart City PDX website. They're going to be also part of a YouTube video list with all the recordings so you can actually access. And we are going to try to tag and create hashtags, things like that, just to make it discoverable and at least to understand, for people to understand better what we're talking about there. And with that, so I'm gonna put some music, and I'll see you in I don't know, 5 minutes. Hey, let me see.
Every time you call me, you tell me that you want me to be with you every day and every night. And you keep telling me exactly what I wanna hear. Oh yeah, baby, I want you. I will always promise you 1,000,000 sweetest nights. You bring me light and I'm blinded when you shine. You're my light, sweetest candy in the night. Love me, baby, 1,000,000 sweetest nights. 1,000,000 sweetest nights.
right. Well, thank you everyone for your patience. And next we have Miss Amor Matz. She is joining from the state of Oregon. Miss, are you around? You're on mute. And
I am here and ready to share my screen whenever you tell me to.
thank you so much. So 1 second, let me start. I'm going to start recording. So what's going to happen? I'm going to start recording just the presentation, and then feel free. So she's going to have 10-15 minutes presenting the topic. Feel free to use the Q&A feature on your Zoom webinar feature and screen, on your screen. So questions, we are going to handle those there. And with that, I'm going to start recording. Perfect. Welcome to this presentation. I'm glad to have with us Miss from the State Attorney's Office, no, State Attorney's, the State Data Office. Apologies. She works under the Chief Data Officer in the Office of Governance and Transparency. She is a thought leader who provides analytic and technical expertise and recommendations to state agencies and programs on their data usage, research, and analysis in the areas of data equity, ethical data analytics, statistical methods, research justice, and data justice. With that, please, Ms.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to shrink this. We're going to start the slideshow. Thank you for having me. Can everyone see this okay?
Yes, we can
Okay,
see.
excellent. So right now I am working, I rotated into the Data Governance and Transparency Office, and this is at the State of Oregon Department of Administrative Services. So I'm in DAS right now, and part of the reason I was asked to come on board was to help work on how we embed data justice in our governance, and how can we be more transparent. And so one of the foundations of getting to where we're hoping to get to around data and equity, data justice, is to have data solidarity. And data solidarity means we're aware of and considering past and current inequities and providing all people, especially those who are most impacted by othering, there are many ways, but in particular racism, the support that's needed so that they can thrive. As we've been working on this, oh wait, hold on, my slide is not advancing, sorry, hold on, oh, there we go. As we've been working on this, we began to see some themes. And so I want to start today with that data injustice compounds harm. And I wanted to start here because inaction, in particular, as it relates to data and how we handle data, how we share data, how we gather data, it actually compounds harm if we don't put things in place to mitigate or to disrupt. We think of data too often as something that's new or something that doesn't have an impact. However, data is not objective, number one. Datafication shapes and it gradually transforms societies. So how we use the data, how we categorize the data, how we share back data we've extracted, whether willingly or unwillingly from communities, it shapes and transforms in real time. Data can create and perpetuate power dynamics, and any ideal concept of data justice encounters already existing structures of recognition and concrete experiences of discrimination and injustice. And so what that's telling us is that we often have this idea of how we conceptualize data justice, but we separate or we segregate this ideal from what is actually happening, the context in which the data exists. So the data systems we witness forming often follow, unsurprisingly, existing power dynamics, and they drive current inequities and inequalities even further. And often they can give rise to new groups of injustice, of haves and have-nots. And so how can we think about this? How can we break this down? This is a visual that I really love. This is a great way to look at how we might see compounded harms. And so it breaks down data justice into procedural, which is fairness in the way the justice is handled, instrumental, and that's fairness in the results of the data being used. Rights-based is the adherence to basic rights such as representation, privacy, access, ownership. Structural, and that's the degree to which the interests of power in wider society support fair and equitable outcomes in other forms of data justice. And distributed, that's an overarching dimension related to the inequality or the equality of data, and that looks at the outcomes that can be applied to each of the other dimensions. And what's really important in this is we have internally in this visual, in our value chain, we have data systems. That's where the control, the locus of control is in the middle. And those are data systems. And data systems are often run by organizations or states or institutions and not by the people from whom the data is extracted. And so that's kind of something to think about as we go through today. And I know I'm going through them quickly because I have 10 to 15 minutes, but there'll definitely be time for questions. So data justice, now that we have a little bit of background about what that's about. Data justice, how we've defined it, is iterative and compounding, and not we, just we, but it's a conglomerate we in the data science community, not just at the state of Oregon. So data justice is considered to be iterative, which means it's continually changing and growing and compounding. The decisions we make now impact the decisions that happen tomorrow, and the decisions we made yesterday kind of flow through that as well. It is used to encompass the complex meanings that data equity captures, including concerns regarding power and privilege, knowledge equity, and the ways that harmful decision-making can be justified or maintained through said data. And so when I came on board, one of the things I did first, and I would recommend to any organization that's thinking they want to go and have a more equitable approach to their data, or they want to tackle data justice, which is a little bit more far-reaching, is to look at how your foundation is. You can't get to data justice without a very solid foundation. And so in the work that we do, community engagement with data, or the ability to access and engage with data, was one of the primary focuses. And so what I did first was I did some research and I assessed what was already happening in ODGT, which governs all of the state agencies and how they handle data, from forms that track data to how agencies provide what their future state or systems that they're going to want to build, or algorithms, all of these things. And so that was our way. And then we gathered information. We had work groups, and I met with all kinds of agencies, community partners, and we started internally because community that's external to state agency, we needed to be prepared to be able to onboard questions or provide tools or supports. Because often what happens is we do external community engagement, but we don't have the infrastructure for that equity work, that data equity work in particular, in-house. And so with the premise that we are all responsible for our part in getting closer to justice, this is how we approached it. These dates are, some of the dates are tentative because they're my recommendation for the upcoming year. But overall, to be in solidarity means we aren't going to predetermine what community is or community isn't. So we've identified internal, which means they're a state agency or a state agency partner, and external would be anyone external to that, so that community has the right to define themselves. And this is important because by not adhering to a concrete definition of what community is or is not, we are also not saying who does or doesn't belong. And we are allowing communities themselves in all of their complexities to reach forward. So how might this concept look of data justice in the actual, if you're actually looking at the data? So my work is, how do we look at the data and help display it or think about it or analyze it in a way that's much more equitable? And one of the ways, and this is a great example by Strive Together, is to choose indicators that hold systems and not individuals accountable. Often with datafication, we get to data inequities because we look at communities, but technically by looking at communities, we're looking at individuals, even though we aggregate them into a whole. It's really at the individual community level as opposed to the systems. And so this one looks at education. And so, for example, we could look at race and ethnicities of teachers and administrators relative to student body. We could look at per pupil funding. We could look at internet and computer device access and technical support. Other things that we should think about when we do think of data is financial well-being. Again, who can afford to have internet? Who can afford to have computers or phone lines? So this is one example of how that might look. As we endeavor to advance data justice, we recognize that our practice must broaden its critical approach to interrogating the social, historical, cultural, political, and economic forces behind manifestations of discrimination and inequity in our current discourse on the collection of data, in its governance, and in how we utilize said data. How we seek to understand how the longer term path dependencies, and these would be path dependencies or variables in a path dependencies, create patterns and legacies of inequality, discrimination, and privilege. And we draw those into contemporary data work and data innovation life cycles. So this is an example of how we can disrupt what we currently see in data life cycles as it moves through. So breaking it down even further is data equity. So we started with data, we really start with data solidarity, but we focused on data justice first. And within data justice, we have data equity. Within the this resides there, and he posits that this refers to the consideration through an equity lens of the ways in which data is collected, again, analyzed, interpreted, and distributed. So this is the actual data itself, whereas data justice is looking at it in a pathway of systems. Data solidarity is looking at it in totality, how we see it socioculturally, how we see it impacting change. And this is more granular. And so here's a visual. As Oregon builds internal capacity around data, so I can make sure everyone can see that a little bit better. We have conditions, processes, and outcomes. There must be a strong continued commitment to interrogating our data sources, our sampling methods, and the validity of our analysis to ensure that we are using data in the service of all Oregonians. We know that we require an approach to evaluation and data analysis that allows for a robust assessment of compounded experiences and overlapping identities, or rather intersectionality. And that such analysis is critical because it recognizes the interconnectedness of said identities. For example, a Black woman or as a transgender immigrant, and how these intersectionalities might shape the need for programs and services to reduce any barriers or preventions to access. And so I really like this one because it shows that there are many different pathways that data comes to agencies and organizations, and that the pathway encompasses the complex meanings that data equity captures, including concerns, again, regarding who controls the data, who has knowledge about the data, who doesn't have knowledge, and who determines access to the data and who gets to make decisions. And so it's important also because it captures perceptions. Often we think of data as something that is true and static, and it doesn't have bias, and it doesn't have subjectiveness. And that's actually incorrect, because we know that as data moves through systems, how it's processed and categorized is done by people. And even if it's done by an algorithm, the algorithm has been written by a person. And the things we know, the knowledge that we have, and the beliefs and perceptions we have about a community, an environment, a social relationship, all of those things become embedded in the data. And so here is when we think about the access to data and we think about how we have conversations around the data, I really like this slide because the reality is that communities are constantly in a change space as they experience shocks or stressors. So they're not static. But when we use things such as adverse childhood experience or social determinants of health, we gather data often in a system at a particular point in time, which would be considered static data, but people and communities don't exist in a static way. So therefore, if data equity underscores marginalized communities' unequal access, then we need to understand what the root causes are that might give rise to that. And so this is an important visual because on the top of the tree, we see the data that we consider as datafication, so over-datafication, pulling data from particular populations over and over so that we only see those populations and we don't see how it exists in context. But we often don't have data in our analysis that is from what is below, what's at the root of it. We don't look at poor housing quality or affordability, for example. We often don't include data around community disruption. We don't include data around discrimination. And so those are ways we contextualize. This is what we consider or we've identified as ethics. Do we have ethics in the procurement and use of data research or data algorithms or data systems? And are we asking ourselves from whom these opportunities and advantages will get benefit? Does the benefit of pulling this data go to those from whom the data is pulled, or is the benefit to the agency that has control over the data? And so are we also cognizant of a fundamental issue of which groups or individual with their respective claims and particularities are involved in or affected by the increasing use of extracted data for purposes of which they're not aware of? Which gets us to data solidarity. So we argue that data justice requires us to make visible the claims of those left out, excluded, or disadvantaged in and around the use of data. To this end, we put forward the concept of data solidarity and examine its interplay with data justice. That's Braun and Hummel, 2022. So here is a way that we are looking at it here. And so the work I do is the bottom bubble. It's the contextual factors. The conversations around data justice are often centered around this notion of fairness, as we did discuss a little bit before. However, here we see, again, we have the tree visual before, but this is how the data might move through a system. So the tree showed us how it lives socially, and this kind of shows a pathway of how it might work. And so how might solidarity in data contextualization look? If we think of the internet, I'm going to use that as an example. We don't often think of how all things are connected. So when we contextualize these factors, it touches all parts of it. And so, for example, the first zero recorded appeared in Mesopotamia around 3 BC. The Mayans independently invented it circa 4 AD. It was later devised in India into mathematics in the mid-5th century. Then it spread to Cambodia near the end of the 7th century and into China and the Islamic countries at the end of the 8th century. We know that place matters, and we see this on here. We talk about data and place often because it's very important. When we think of the internet, we don't, and place GPS, we don't think of Gladys Knight, nay Gladys May Brown, an American mathematician known for her work that contributed to the development of the global positioning system, which we now know of as GPS. We know when we know and learn in programming that the internet was built by Robert E. Kahn and Vint Cerf. We don't talk about Ada Lovelace, who created the first algorithm. Without algorithms, we wouldn't have an internet. And we don't talk about Radia Perlman, who enabled algorithms to connect. Without that connector, we wouldn't have the internet either. So this is a way of contextualizing when we think about data solidarity, is this understanding that we don't get to justice alone, that we have to recognize in our data work all of the parts that got us here, and really be careful to not get caught in only one narrative of what data justice looks like. And to be very clear, have we looked at what the context is, the social, the infrastructural? Today, I gave examples of infrastructural factors, or the political or the economic. These are all very important pieces. So where does that leave us? Some ways that we have visualized being in solidarity is a roadmap. So we are hoping to look at the challenges with a focus on the impact of data inequality, determining if an agency or stakeholder group is ready to use data and or data systems to address disparate outcomes, to understand what the data or data systems say about differences in outcomes by categorization, assessing using other sources of data to uncover causes of differences. So that would be contextualization in that assessment. Planful action, making plans to act on these differences that we see that are unjust, or if they are avoidable. If they're not avoidable, where can we mitigate? Using storytelling to present data in ways that help people make sense of the numbers, and storytelling in a way that doesn't further marginalize underserved or already marginalized communities, and always having some forward movement, moving from data gathering to data equity and action. And that's, are we over gathering data? Do we already have the data that we need in our systems? Do we need to gather more? So these are all ways that we're hoping to get to data solidarity. And so some ways this might look like as we do this work is developing systems to analyze data pathways, from analytical tools to data system structures, both automated and databases, to data-driven research and equity strategies used across agencies for the development of comprehensive approaches to data equity across Oregon. Other ways are looking at how we assess the current state of data across Oregon state agencies and commissions, from departmental program-specific data systems and departmental program-specific equity-related opportunities, including challenges to that we may see that are maybe not in alignment with our overall EIS strategic data plan. We might look at working to reduce data disparities across Oregon and see where we can strengthen and embed collaboration and coordination across all parts of the community, and begin to define what our data justice strategy and priorities are through internal community engagement and identify priority issues. And we've done some of those, and we've begun some of those. And a great example that I'm going to close with of how we make this change is I have some visual challenges. And so my computer is set up for an accommodation. And we created an app to track projects, or a team that does that here to track projects. And I had been unable to put things in, and I kept saying, I don't see it, I don't see it. And so the team said, hey, can we meet and look while you're looking at it, and can we see it? And it turned out that the app wasn't set up to accommodate someone with my type of visual need, where my words are very large on my screen. And so changes were made, and now I can see it. And so when we think about data solidarity, we're not just thinking about how we capture data, but how we interface with systems where we have to input data or utilize data. And we should be thinking about it across all potential marginalizations. And we know that the work is hard and the work is broad and that the work is difficult. And so I've only started a piece of it, foundation. There'll be someone that comes after me that builds on that. And this is always happening in an iterative process. So this is just a little bit about what we are doing here at the state. And I will stop my sharing for Q&A, and thank you so much for having me.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Miss, for sharing all this. This is pretty amazing. And I appreciate you having this time to share with us all the work that you are doing, right? We have a question in the Q&A. How do our framing of the community environments and their context to ensure data justice play out in managing metadata? The information about data gives citizens, bureaus, and others a sense of what it is and how to use it.
That's a really great question. It's a big question, but it's a great question. So I think if we think of the slides, the capabilities is the best slide deck, and I'm happy to send it to you, Hector, so that you can share it. Is a place that I would encourage an agency or an organization that has data to think about. But your question, I think, is also asking at the community level. And so I'll be very transparent that agencies currently, most agencies, not all, but most government agencies are ill-equipped to meet the needs of community, to assess where the community might be. Another portion that's really hard is that communities are often not provided access to knowledge. So like I'm one person and I have so little time in my calendar often because communities really are asking, external communities and internal communities are asking questions about metadata, and that's work that I do in my private time. I do lots of hackathons and I use metadata, but if you don't understand how to contextualize that data, you are absolutely correct. You're going to do more harm than good. And so I guess what I would really say is that it would be great if we had more consultants or organizations that understood how to do true data solidarity work and understand the linkages and really began mapping in real time how those social constructs or the economic factors or sociocultural or policy, there's an interplay so that they could go to communities and say, here is the data that we have, metadata that organizations or agencies are using about you or using for analysis or to provide services. But here's a different picture. Here's the story that your actual reality tells when we look at all of these things in context. And so this is what I do outside of work, but we don't really have that niche within organizations for the most part. I'm not sure if that answered it fully, but if it didn't, feel free to ask a secondary question.
All right. Well, it's Michelle Knight who's joining, and actually she writes a lot about data governance in general. So I appreciate her being here. All right. So while I have a question for you, actually, just the last minute. In your work working with the state agencies, what is your strategy to approach to them? You know, the people there are the day-to-day business as usual sometimes, and now you are promoting this cultural change. So how are you doing that?
So it is tricky. So because I actually don't subscribe to forcing things down a throat and to we have to do this, or really the DEI model. There's some very good research that shows that that backfires and causes harm to vulnerable communities. So I try and do storytelling. So I'm going to give an example. Pendleton. I learned recently that the Pendleton Roundup was created by a Native American man, an African American man, and a Caucasian man. And I was actually blown away. I had not known this. And when we look at Pendleton, Pendleton also has a high percentage of refugees that are placed there. It's really actually quite diverse in different cultures and communities, and the Roundup is loved by all. And so I'm using that as an example because I think that that's the best way. And it hasn't always been the way that I've been able to do the work, but I'm hoping, I think I've dropped some seeds. It takes time. It takes much more time than the other way. But if we don't manage change in a positive way that shows how we are all interconnected, we rise or fall together, then what you get is people begin to silo. And so if you present a problem, then there should be a solution. So my way of talking about how I ended with all of the folks who were involved in helping us get the internet as we know it, as well as the Pendleton Roundup, or my individual story, is it's taken multiple people to make this change. And so that's how I approach the work. But I will be very honest, the work is very hard. It is very difficult work.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for joining this morning, Miss. And we are actually at time. I know that this is a really important topic, and I appreciate you doing all this work, and I appreciate also all these different spaces to do it. And I encourage everyone who's joining today also to learn more about this and be connected, because here at the city of Portland, we are also trying to, encourage and promote these ideas around data justice, data solidarity, data equity, and all that. All right. Thank you.
Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. So our next presenter, Denise, yeah, all right. Denise, she has a problem. She just sent me a message, but I am trying to get her online. Hopefully she joins very soon. Zoom sometimes has these different issues. Let me see, what can I do? What I'm going to do. So thank you for your patience now. Here. There. Okay. Hopefully Denise can join. Let's wait a little bit. So I'm gonna put some music at the screen, and I'll see you soon. Let's see. Let's go down. Right. All right. So I apologize to Denise because she had some trouble with the Zoom link. Apparently I did not, or something happened. I add that link to the invite, but now she's with us. And thank you so much, Denise, for joining.
Thank you.
All right, so we are recording the presentations. We are not recording Q&A. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to also give you attributes so you can actually share your screen.
That'd be
Uh,
great.
Then I'm going to start recording and I'll introduce you and this presentation. Right. Good morning and good day. Thank you everyone who's joining and watching this video. This is the 2023 Portland celebration of Open Data Day. And now we have Denise Whitney Dolke. She is the Chief Data Steward at the Data Solutions Office of the Oregon Department of Transportation. And Denise has spent nearly 20 years as a data user and derived data creator and economist before pivoting to help Oregon Department of Transportation, ODOT, develop an agency-level perspective on data and mature East data practices, right? She is currently ODOT's Chief Data Steward and is focused on data governance, strategy, literacy, open data, and helping to establish the agency's new Data Solutions Office. Denise also leads a work group developing Oregon's state's data literacy framework, is the vice chair of the American Association of Highway and Transportation Officials Committee on Data Management and Analytics, and founded an online community of public sector data leaders, which I will share the link. It's going to be in the description of the video. I'm going to live attendees. I'm going to share in the chat. And with that, Denise, please.
Great. Let me just share my screen. And pull up the presentation. There we go. Can you see it? Can you all see it?
We can see it. We see the tabs up and down, but we see the presentation.
Okay, great. Okay. So what I wanted to share with you today are really kind of what's some of the framework about why we're doing an open data, I'm sorry, not an open data, but a data literacy framework at the state level. So let me just start with some context, right? As public sector organizations, the expectations are for us to have increased transparency, do more evidence-based decision-making, take data-informed actions, learn from what we're doing, collaborate more as data interoperability gets more important because really functions are starting to intersect a lot more frequently. We need to be able to respond to changes, both in terms of our organizational responsibilities, but also the context or the environment we're in, right? And to take advantage of technological and analytical advances. And in order to do any of that, right, we need a data literate staff, right? In addition, we have some contextual changes going on that are pretty important, right? So we have changes in organizational functions. For instance, Oregon Department of Transportation in particular has things like connected vehicle ecosystems to worry about. The road use charge program, right, which is an innovation, a range of new kinds of roles for us to take into account, but this is something that's happening for everyone, right? And where technologies are sort of changing how we gather, store, analyze, and redistribute data or information, right? Some of the times it's right at the site, as opposed to going into some sort of data center for distribution. And all of this means that we have an accelerating growth in the volume of data itself, but also the frequency of collection and the variety. So put simply, the challenges are only growing in size and not slowly. And so to meet these needs, public employees need the skill sets, right? And so as part of the Oregon data strategy, developing a data literacy framework and really helping to do this skill building as part of that broad approach that the state is trying to take. And the Oregon Data Literacy Work Group that I'm chairing is responsible for advising and assisting the Oregon Chief Data Officer and her advisory council in completing that task. So here's just a little peek of who's involved, and Hector's right there at the top of the list. And so you'll notice that it's not just state agencies that are involved, even though this is a state level effort, but we've also involved local governments, because our hope is, given how many of us are facing these needs, that other people or others in our jurisdictional partners might choose to adopt this framework also, because nobody really wants to reinvent the wheel, right? So many of us are facing so many of the same issues around data management, data use, the need for skill building. So to the degree that this work that we're doing can help really move everyone forward more quickly, that's really the goal, right? So let's talk for a second about what we really mean about data literacy. This was a conversation that Hector was involved in really early on when we started looking at the framework. Are we talking about just understanding how to work with numbers? Are we talking about being able to create visualizations, being able to understand them? Are we talking about, being able to do statistical analysis or interpret statistics? Are we talking about just general information literacy, right? Knowing when it's needed, how to get it? Are we talking about related computational literacies, right? So are we talking about programming in R? Are we talking about SQL to generate reports? What do we really mean there, right? In addition, right, are we talking about data management skills, right? Knowing how to make sure that your data is of a quality that's appropriate for use and really collected and then provide it for users. Are we talking about things that we're associating with data science now, like machine learning? Are we talking about data architecture and engineering, right? The data pipelines to really help create data access and do good optimization, integration, the kinds of things that when we think about greater collaboration and interoperability become really key. And with changes in technology, the mechanisms for those data pipelines keep shifting, right, too. What about media literacy? So, I mean, how you define data, if you're thinking about unstructured or semi-structured data in addition to tabular data, are you including media literacy? And what about ethics, right? So the data literacy work group really decided to embrace sort of all of these. And so I wanted to share with you a little bit about kind of what a framework includes. So typically a data literacy framework includes kind of a set of competencies that you're looking at, being able to do some of the things that I just discussed, a level of proficiency, right? What's your skill set around that particular competency, but having them focused around specific roles, right? People who need similar skill sets, because Hector may have a role in his organization that pulls from a range of different skill sets that may be from different groupings, and I might want to do that a little differently. So we want to create something that is flexible. So the way to think about personas or roles is that it's not tied to a single job, which could change from place to place, but it's really something where you could hold multiple roles. And this allows us to build kind of layers as we start to describe jobs themselves. So I'll give you some examples just to kind of help cement it for you. This is an example of some data literacy personas, almost archetypes really, right? So sponsors versus analysts and data scientists versus the architecture and engineering side we were talking about earlier, or really other ambassadors, right? And so one of the things that comes up a lot when I have conversations about data literacy, whether it's with other national, state departments of transportation, or through, we have a data governance a community of practice that includes a jurisdictional level people as well. One of the things that we talk about a lot is that in order for us to get to good data-driven decision making, right, even our leaders have to have a foundational level of data literacy. And we're all contributing to agency data, or organizational data, or really national data, right? Whether it's through timesheets or apps on our phone, right? We're all contributing to data too. So what are some of the foundational needs that we all need to have around data literacy? And then as we think about kind of competencies and what are those skill sets, right? Thinking about it from a data lifecycle perspective sort of helps us as we're trying to be more comprehensive, right? And think through the range of skills that are needed. So here's a competency set example that's based on kind of the data lifecycle, right? But you start to get a sense for how these roles might align to some of these skill sets, right? Do you know what data is available, what different types of formats there are? How good are you at finding data? What about actually doing the data collection, right? The up close and personal, actually pulling it into organizations. What about data cleaning, data modeling, visualization, interpretation, storytelling is so crucial these days, right? All of these things are really important skill sets. And so the framework will include some sort of competency set and then we'll apply it to the personas that we select. And then we'll really describe for each of those personas and competencies what level of proficiency different people might need to have. Is it good enough just to have sort of a foundational understanding? Or are they going to be a data leader for your organization and maybe a data architect with a whole agency perspective, and they need a much more advanced proficiency level? So the framework will try to kind of marry all three of those components together. So here's kind of what's coming up next. Once the framework is in place, then we'll do some listening sessions to get focused input from specific types of stakeholders, right? Primarily, again, this is expected to be something that supports state agencies, but we're also hoping that there'll be other potential jurisdictional adopters. We also hope that our education community really embraces what we've identified as state agency needs and helps to put some of that learning in place. There are, of course, some programs already, but not necessarily everything that we think we're going to need. And then, of course, outreach to community-based organizations. So after we get that input, we'll do some refinement, and then the framework will actually go out for a broader public comment period, much like the Oregon Data Strategy did. So that's a really quick view of where we're going, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Perfect. I can still see the screen, but 1 second. Let's see. All right, there we go. Thank you so much, Denise, for sharing all this work. I really appreciate the state group to let me be part of this effort in general. I've been learning so much. I've been exposed to like all these different expertise perspectives that I'm trying to also bring back to the city of Portland and encourage others of my colleagues to start looking into what you are doing, to learn, and obviously to collaborate. I wonder if anyone who's joining us today has any questions. You can raise your hand, like virtual hand, if you want to like speak and ask your question directly, or you can also share in the Q&A. For now, actually a question. Oh, there is somebody here. I wait. Michelle.
Yeah, I was wondering, how will the data literacy framework work in terms of getting different personas to communicate with each other, like with the standardized language? Because sometimes you have intersections, and the tricky part is getting everybody on the same page, data literacy wise.
Yeah, that's a great question, Michelle. So I think one of the things that we're hoping will happen is because we have this sort of shared framework of competencies, right? And we're hoping to identify paths for learning, that we can begin to develop sort of that shared vocabulary across these groups that need similar types of competencies, right? And so that's really one of the ways that it would help.
Okay, so like a business glossary or something along that line, or data catalog that they would be able to have some sort of basis to talk about.
Well,
commonality.
really, actually, training potentially,
Training,
right?
yep.
So yeah, so shared training, right? And a training path where they're learning similar things.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Thank you.
All right. Anyone has a question? So whilst someone else or everyone is thinking about the questions or like jumping in, I actually am curious about your own context within the state. What is the support that you are getting from the state in terms of resources allowed? Is something that you are doing from your own, like from ODOT's perspective, like as an ODOT initiative, or is something like comes from the above the state and you're actually using some like shared resources?
So in terms of resources to support what we're doing in the work group, is that
Right.
what you're talking about? Yeah.
Right.
So I would say there's a range of things, right? So ODOT itself decided to start working on developing our own training specifically for data governance, so for people in governance roles. And so I'd been focused on that. But in the national role I have with state DOTs, a lot of DOTs are working data literacy issues. So I've had the good fortune of working with a whole range of other DOTs, and we're really sharing resources. And in fact, a consultant and I gave a full day data literacy framework development, or even it was a data literacy workshop at an AASHTO conference recently. So really having an opportunity to learn from the other DOTs and contractors too, right, consultants, and to really help move us forward nationally as DOTs, but also on the public sector side generally. So.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And in terms of, well, I more or less know more about the timeline, but if you would like to share your own timeline in terms of what you're expecting to be implementing soon or sooner than later, and then after that, what happens?
Yeah. So at the state level, Hector, or within ODOT?
Let's start with ODOT.
Okay, so as I mentioned, we're developing a series of trainings for our data governance roles. Some are, and actually the agency more broadly, that we're hoping to implement in the spring and summer of this year. So we actually have, one on data as an asset, one on understanding data, one on managing data, one on data governance, another one we're creating called just being a good data citizen at ODOT. Back to that, look, hey, we're all contributing to the quality of our organization's data. What does that mean for you? And then we have two others that are in development that are related to some initial guidance that we're putting out on setting new expectations for the agency. So one is on data documentation, and that will go with our minimum metadata standard that we're putting out. And then one is on data quality, and we're also putting out a data quality management plan. And so that will be sort of hand in hand with that. So those are the trainings that we're developing in-house right now and getting ready to roll out this year.
Well, that's fantastic. And I think that also allow us to understand a little bit better on where this data literacy falls in, because it has to be connected with the other work on data governance and the implementation and transformation that you are already having within ODOT, right?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, you cannot really help to guide organizations to more mature data management without having some sort of framework to set expectations, right? And to help people understand what that means to them. You can't say be better, but not show them how to be better.
Exactly. Well, all right. I'm not seeing any additional questions, but well, for now, thank you so much, Denise. I want to invite everyone who's also watching the live stream to join the public sector data leaders community. The website is www.publicsectordataleaders.net. Later on, when this video is ready, so we're gonna add more additional links to that and resources, this presentation and all that. Well, for now, Denise, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you for the invitation, Hector. Have a great day, everyone.
All right, bye. And for everyone who's staying with us, we are gonna pause about few minutes. Next 3 presentations are actually pre-recorded. This event was actually was postponed, so some of the presenters couldn't make it live in this new date. However, we could actually arrange a way in which they could actually share what we wanted everybody here within our own local community to kind of learn and understand, and all this is some of that. There are 3 more coming presentations. One is from the Beck Center on a data playbook on how a recommendation of best practices on how to develop data projects. And then we are going to have 2 local City of Portland presenters on what our Bureau of Transportation, how the pivot is actually managing data, and then the local data governance effort that is ongoing. So I'm going to go back to the sharing the screen, and I'll see you soon. All right. Well, welcome back to the City of Portland's celebration of open data. These coming, here we go. The presentations are going to be recorded. They are pre-recorded. And the first one that we have is actually from the Beck Center, the Data Labs program at the Beck Center. So they have developed a really interesting tool called the Data Labs Playbook that is targeting or is aiming to support particularly state data offices. So how states are doing can be very different to what municipalities do or to what other agencies or other groups, enterprises, companies do with data, right? So, however, there are definitely common aspects of how a data project should be managed. And I think what this group at the Beck Center have developed, they try to put together all these different best practices, a structure in which, in a way that we can document data projects clearly, making it more transparent, making those data projects more accountable too. And then in this presentation that I will be sharing, we're going to have Vinith Anam, who is the State Chief Data Officers Network Program Manager at the Beck Center for Social Impact and Innovation at Georgetown University. In his role, he advises state government on how to take a data-driven approach toward improving the delivery of public services. Isaac Yoder, he is the Data Labs Program Manager for Social Safety Net Programs at the Beck Center for Social Impact and Innovation at Georgetown University. And in his role, he advises state governments on how to take data-informed approach toward improving and delivering public services. And finally, we also have Jennifer Puma. She is the Data Labs Program Manager. And then in her role, Jen advises state governments all these data informed and approach on how to improve delivery of public services using data. With that, let me then share the screen. Second. Disappear while I'm going to share the screen too. Okay, there we go.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having us for Open Data Day. My name is Isaac Yoder. I'm the Program Manager for Social Safety Net Benefits at Georgetown University's Data Labs. Here with my colleagues Vinith Anam and Jen Puma. We'll provide a summary of the Data Labs program and Data Labs Playbook. So Data Labs is a joint initiative between Georgetown's Beck Center and the National Governors Association. We provide technical training, assistance, and support to help state governments and practitioners launch data sharing projects and tackle other data challenges that improve government services and the lives of their residents. We do this by bringing together cross-functional state teams, offering in-depth technical assistance, and leveraging insights from various subject matter experts. So here we can see the states we've been working with this year, and we've accepted state proposals in 3 issue areas: safety net benefits, workforce transitions, and student outcomes. However, the Data Labs lessons are really issue area agnostic. The Data Labs program spans 8 months, and during this time, our goal is to build each state's capacity to execute a data sharing project through monthly learning modules, which you can see here on this slide. The graphic suggests that states go through the curriculum in a linear fashion, That's not necessarily the case. The modules are very interconnected, and states often revisit certain modules through an iterative learning process. The program doesn't have a one-size-fits-all mentality. Instead, we recognize that each state team will come to this work from a different place. And we also feel that many of the lessons and processes from Data Labs are applicable to all levels of government, not just state government. So we've actually distilled many of the takeaways, the tools, and the resources from the program into a high-level overview we call the Data Labs Playbook. So now I'll pass it off to my colleague Vinith to walk you through the playbook.
Thanks, Isaac, for providing insight into how Data Labs is structured. Although states participate in Data Labs, we recognize that people at all levels of government can benefit from the program we've assembled. We've accordingly created a playbook that anyone can use. We hope that the city of Portland can take advantage of what we have. Before states start their data projects with us, we ask them to recruit the right team for their work. Cross-functional and cross-organizational team composition is critical to a data project's success. In Data Labs, we've recommended that project teams include CDOs, governor's office reps, analysts, and agency decision makers to strategically design and deliver on a data initiative. So ask yourselves this, is my team fully inclusive? How does this diversity of stakeholders map to your own city in Portland? Next, a module that many states have found useful is Define the Data Challenge. If we go into that module, we've included a checklist with a series of steps to help teams critically think about their data project. We also pose key questions that help teams work through those checklist items. In our playbook, we provide tools and resources to help you get through your work. For example, one tool we have is creating a stakeholder landscape, which helps you think through what personnel should be involved in strategic conversations throughout your problem scoping process. We've learned that work in this particular module, and more broadly throughout the Data Labs curriculum, is iterative. This work is not linear, as Isaac mentioned earlier. So it wouldn't be surprising if you spend a lot of time working through this particular section, redefining, rescoping the problem you're working on. Teams can then work through the next two modules to identify viable solutions to a data challenge and prototyping those solutions. Another key module that we'll jump into is data governance. A lot of our participants have also found that particular section valuable. We've provided key considerations and resources here to get teams thinking about things such as roles and responsibilities for data management and considerations for data sharing. We've also provided worksheets and examples, which you'll see as the first two links on this page to support work on those fronts. So you see the RACI worksheet there, as well as examples of data sharing agreements. Next, I want to highlight, and here's the data sharing agreement, by the way, and those are all available for public reference, and we highly encourage you to take a look at that. Next, we want you to also think about, and this is something that we've incorporated into our program, unintentional bias that can manifest itself throughout data projects. You'll see that module here, and it's something to be mindful of, not only here as a module, but even when you begin the project itself. How can bias make its way into this data work and the data project? Toward the tail end of our program, we have modules that help you craft a compelling narrative that conveys what your team is trying to achieve in your project work. Building awareness and getting buy-in from key decision makers, stakeholders, and members of the broader organization is important after all the work you do. And you can see here, we're just kind of showing you what some of these additional sections include. Again, they're formatted so that there's a checklist that you can go through one by one, key questions associated with that, and any sorts of tools and resources that you want to use. You can easily find our playbook online. If you just search for Data Labs Playbook. We've also included a link. So you'll see here actually. Yep, there you go. There it is. The website to our playbook. So you can easily search for it there. You can also, we have a website in our slides, which there you go. You can use this tiny URL link to also access our playbook. And we highly encourage you to browse through it because there's a lot of good resources there. We're also happy to, although we can't be there live to present, we're happy to field any questions that you may have. On the next slide, we have included our email address. So definitely contact us with any questions you may have. We're always keen on talking about the playbook, thinking about how ways in which we can make it better, ways that we can, not only make it useful for states, but also folks at the city level. The playbook is meant for all. So with that said, thank you so much for inviting us to speak at your event. And we're just excited for all the great work that's taking place in Portland, and have a great day. Thank you so much for inviting us.
All right. Well, this is it's pre-recorded, obviously, so we don't have the opportunity of having a Q&A. However, if you from your bureau or group are interested in learning more about that, I'll be happy to help make connections. We can start a journey together too, because on the open data side, we definitely have many different opportunities to apply these kind of tools. You can see the work that this group at the Beck Center has done is really good. They have put together a number of resources. Again, it's focused on state data groups, but adapting that to a city, local municipality, it shouldn't be that difficult, and we can always pick whatever we just need. If actually we have some time for quick questions. If you have any, please type it. Otherwise, we can jump to the next presentation, which is actually from eBot. Let me put that together while, if you have any questions, always feel free to add it, and I can try to answer it as much as I can, or not answering and be honest. All right, here it is. So that, let me just share the next screen. There we go. So okay, next presentation is, let me introduce it before I play the video. It's a discussion on how the Bureau of Transportation here at the City of Portland collects, uses, and manages data, and some use cases are being shared. Pivot, very similarly to what ODOT at the state is doing, they have one of the more mature data governance efforts within the city. And so I reach out to Lauren Spear, who's the data strategist for the Bureau of Transportation. In this role, she leads the development and implementation of Bureau-wide data strategies and data governance program. She is a data champion who works to bridge the gap between technical and business acumen. Lauren has over a decade of experience in data and project management roles. She believes everyone has a role in data and is working to develop a data culture that embodies this idea. And with that, let's jump into that. Oh, here we go. Right. So thank you, everyone who's joining and watch this recording. My name is Hector Dominguez. I'm the Open Data Coordinator for the City of Portland. I'm working within the Smart City PDX program at the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. And it is my pleasure to have, just for a few moments, Lauren Spear, who's joining us to share a little bit what her work is at the Bureau of Transportation here at the City of Portland. We are going to have a short conversation about that, learn a bit about how Pivot uses and manages data, how Pivot publishes, releases data in general, and how people in the public or within the city can actually access that information. Lauren Spear, she's the data strategist for the Bureau of Transportation here at the City of Portland. She leads the development and implementation of Bureau-wide data strategies and the data governance program. She's a data champion who works to bridge the gap between technical and business acumen. Lauren has over a decade of experience in data and project management roles. She believes everyone has a role in data and is working to develop a data culture that embodies this idea. Well, thank you so much for joining, Lauren.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. Happy to be here today and share
Yeah.
a little bit about what we're doing.
Awesome. Well, let's start with a little bit a warm-up. Can you explain in your words what you would do?
Yeah, definitely. So like you said, I'm the data strategist. So the way that we kind of look at our program within PBOT, data services, it kind of breaks down into 3 areas. So the top one being our data strategy. So what data do we have? How do we use it? What data do we need? And how will we go about getting that to kind of meet those needs? And then underneath that, we kind of have 2 arms, one of it being data governance. So that's more of the people side of data, if you will. So we have a PBOT data governance committee, and it's more about, you know, the processes, procedures, and standards around managing data. And then on the other side of it is the data management piece of it. So that's actually, you know, putting that work into action and managing data and implementing the work that we put forth through the data governance committee. So kind of all 3 of those pieces is what we manage in my role through our data services program and trying to kind of make PBOT more data driven and making better decisions with our data.
Yeah, People is a very big organization. It's so diverse also in the sense of all the services and work that the Bureau is actually doing throughout the city. I understand it's quite challenging how organizing all that information, all that data. So can you explain to us a little bit how Pivot does that data organization and management?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a great question. And it really, there are a lot of different ways that we can slice and dice things and look at things when you have a bureau the size of ours. So there's a few different ways that we organize our data within PBOT, kind of depending on what level of granularity you want to look at. So I think obviously some of the common ones we have is our organizational structure. We try to, you know, tag and manage things by the different groups and divisions and sections that make up PBOT. We also have our budget structure. So, you know, how things are tied to funding and dollars and those kinds of things. Certain decisions are made that way. And then one of the main ones that we use is data domains. And so we have these, you know, high level categories of data for the purpose of assigning accountability and responsibility for that data. And we have data stewards across the different levels of the Bureau that are responsible then for managing the quality and the use and maintaining that data. And so one of the areas that we've really been focusing on is data documentation and value. And that's really where we get into how we organize it and how we manage it, understanding what data we have, how it's used, who's responsible for it. And this is driven not only by our internal goals at the Bureau level for becoming, you know, more improved and capable in our data management practices, but also to support some of those citywide goals when it comes to open data, the open data ordinance and those kinds of things as well. We want to make sure that we're well prepared when those kinds of initiatives come out, and that we can immediately support and contribute towards those as well. So what we've done, we've started to develop the PBOT catalog, which is the actual tool or solution that we use to organize and document our data. So using metadata, we tag and catalog all of our PBOT data assets in this tool, and this allows us to, our PBOT staff to discover data resources. They can evaluate the fitness for their uses, and it really enables those data governance practices. So it's that key foundational work and solution for us to be able to classify our data and organize it in a way that can be readily discoverable and shareable, but then also kind of balancing that with, privacy, that we're managing our data in a responsible way.
Wow, yeah, thank you so much. I know that there is a lot of work and many people involved in that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, can you, so when sometimes we find people who approach to our program is asking, well, I see a camera there, traffic camera, or I see a parking ticket. I go and park, and I go to the app, the Kitty, how's it called? Kitty app?
Parking Kitty, yeah.
Parking Kitty. Parking Kitty, thank you. I have it, but I forgot. And there's so many ways. Can you, in which the Bureau of Transportation actually collects information, right? Can you tell us a little bit about that? Because I'm sure those are not the only ways in which the Bureau collects data.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think you mentioned a few of the ones there that people can see, and if they're out in the right of way, if they're on the street. But there's a lot of other work behind the scenes that all of our groups are working on. We have everything from maintenance and operations to engineering, traffic systems and parking, like you mentioned. But we also have a really great group in our policy planning and projects that are always working with other jurisdictional partners, sharing information and data that way. They do a lot of community outreach through some of our, Safe Routes to School program and other areas there. So we have, just a number of different ways that we collect data and methods that we use to support this work. We have, surveys and community engagement, like I mentioned, that we can gather information from the public to help support and inform our programs. We have information on our website. People can go fill out forms, and a lot of that information comes to us through 311 and our partners there, which is also a really great partnership, and some improvements that we've been making there over the years, which we are really happy about. We, at kind of the operational level, we have a lot of field staff who are out in the field, and they'll utilize mobile devices to collect information and track their work. It really helps us with planning, performance analysis, those kinds of things. A lot of times this might be a GIS solution, so map-based solutions and things that they have on iPads or other field devices that they can go out and see what are all the assets that we have along the street, all the line markings, all the traffic signs, all that kind of really important stuff that you might not notice as you're going down the street, but all that is supported and maintained by our maintenance and operations team, and a lot of work and planning goes into that. We also we rely on technology and sensors in the right of way that will collect information from traffic counts. You'll see sometimes those tubes going across the roadway that can then count the different vehicles or different modes of traffic that cross them. So those tubes, why they might look a little bit confusing out there in the street, they can actually tell you what type of vehicle crossed it, what speed they were traveling, all sorts of really important information that we use to inform our work. We also have our streetcars and aerial tram that are also managed by PBOT, and those collect information on ridership, on streetcar performance and maintenance condition information, all sorts of really great stuff. So it's just really mind-boggling the amount of work that our Bureau does and the different approaches we take to collecting and managing data. And I think that we're always looking for new and improved ways to collect information. I think it's really important to remember that in resource-constrained environments and in kind of some of the challenges that we have, that we're always looking for ways that we can be smarter, more efficient in the work that we do. And a lot of that comes down to how we collect data, how we manage our work. And so again, it's always that balancing act between, you know, how can we take advantage of new technologies as they come up, and then also how can we make sure that we're considering, you know, impacts to people and privacy and data ethics and making responsible investments. So that's a lot of the work that I try to reinforce through our bureau, through our data governance committee, and our awesome data stewards. So
yeah, I definitely really appreciate all the work that particularly you are doing, coordinating all that, promoting privacy as you know, one of these core things that we need to do, using the data and information responsibly. I hope that this recording, this conversation, can actually be watched by all these young people and get excited about what the Bureau of Transportation is doing. If they may be encouraged to apply for a data position,
yeah,
with the
please
Bureau,
do.
that would be fantastic, right? So we're going to be closing this conversation. You already talked about how the Bureau is using or is trying to use data responsibly. I wonder if you would like to add something around that.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, all the reasons I've mentioned, I think it's evident that data is essential for a transportation agency, and we rely on data and information to support our programs, to make decisions, to manage and plan our work, to monitor our performance, all things that are just very important. Our Bureau strategic plan moving to our future calls for optimized data collection, data use, data accessibility. So these are all things that are really important to our staff, to our leadership. And so we want to make sure that we are putting the processes into place to enable us to be data driven. I think that's the tagline that gets thrown around a lot. And there's just a whole bunch of work that goes into that. And so I think the work that we've been moving forward through our PBOT Data Governance Committee, we're really working on some strategies for short-term and long-term success, and really trying to start moving forward some of our data management capabilities. So within the past year, PBOT's Data Governance Committee, we completed our first data management maturity assessment. So really getting an understanding, and I think it's an educational process too for a lot of folks who, you know, I always say that everyone has a role in data, but that doesn't necessarily mean that everyone's a data expert. And so it's all about educating people, and so they can get understanding, kind of start making those connections to the work that they do and what their responsibilities for data are. And so that's really what we've been focusing on with our group and our team, is to really, you know, bring forward and educate people on what their responsibilities are, and then make a plan for how we can start making some improvements. And right now, I'd say that our practices are still developing, but we have a roadmap. We have some plans to make those targeted improvements. And these areas really just utilize the philosophy of continuous improvement. And that's what we're trying to do.
Well, wow, this is fantastic, and I really appreciate your time sharing all these. There is something else that you would like to share to everybody who's watching this video, and one final question: where people can find more information about what PBOT's doing on data practices?
Yeah, definitely. Well, I thank you so much for the opportunity to come today and share a little bit, and happy Open Data Day to everyone, or belated. We can celebrate all month. I think great places to learn more about what we're doing. Check out our website, portland.gov/transportation. Lots of great information there about all of our programs, our projects, our data practices. We really strive to incorporate our data practices into our work throughout its life cycle. So you should see our data practices reflected in our program information on the website. You'll also see these, you know, in our interactions with community at community events. And we're always actively looking for ways that we can be more transparent in our data practices, and adopting new policies, utilizing open data portals, all that kind of stuff. And so we're really trying to make sure that we're on the leading edge with that at PBOT, so that we can contribute more towards these citywide efforts and regional efforts as well for sharing data and kind of educating the public on the powers and challenges that come along with data. So.
Fantastic. Well, thank you, Lauren, again. And we're going to attach some of those links to the description of this video, and I appreciate your time.
Thanks so much.
All right, bye.
Bye.
All right. Yes, this was pre-recorded actually yesterday. We did this recording session. Lauren was very gracious to, she's super busy, so it was kind of difficult to find her some time there. We got a question in the chat, maybe a couple of questions, but I'm gonna read the first one. I heard a lot about data ingestions for internal use by government. Can you talk a little about publishing data to expose it to the public for external use? Well, that's the idea of open data, right? The open data is this proactive way in which government is actually releasing data and information. The reality is that we are in the city of Portland, we are not there. We are still working with trying to figure out what are the internal processes that really make open data something that that is embedded in what we do and is already automated, is well resourced, and we are going towards that. It's taking some time, but you can still find some data available to the public in the form of dashboards that bureaus release. If you actually join the Open Data Discotheque, we are going to explore these dashboards, the data available in these dashboards. The City of Portland also releases a lot of information in maps. So Portland Maps is definitely an excellent resource to go and access information or what's happening geographically speaking across the city. We also understand that this accessing this information can be hard for those who don't have some technical expertise, who are not familiar with how to interact with data. So we are definitely trying to figure out ways in which we can make data more accessible. Mies, early today, she mentioned about, through data stories, through this building a narrative of storytelling using data as a vehicle. That could also be something powerful as well, and allowing access the public to raw data. That definitely is very powerful. So people you as part of the community, you can actually build your own narrative and express and share your own perspectives using data. Let me see. There, on the same note, another question to the question, how does that practice include data justice when publishing that data? Yes, usually we take an approach of data equity. We have like trying to make data accessible, trying to make consider data from different perspectives. It's quite challenging because depending on how data gets collected, obviously, it's going to come with biases. It's going to come also with the internal bias that whoever is doing the analysis of that data is actually embedding in the dashboard, in the visuals created to look at the data and all that. And that's why it's very important just to release raw data, contextualize raw data, which is now the relevance of metadata, that. I know I'm using a lot of these technical terms, but one idea is now, one challenge for me is definitely trying to make this language, technical language, more accessible and more friendly to people who are not as familiar with this jargon in general. So we are doing our best. We are not definitely like there, but I think that's why in all these communications, we try to include our equity practitioners network, not only the data networks, but also equity practitioners who can actually contribute in many different ways on shaping this work on data analysis, on how the city bureaus, decision makers can actually use data when we contextualize it in a way that they are better informed and they can make better decisions. All right, so I'm going to jump to the next recording. Next, we are going to have a conversation or presentation on data governance. So this is a big step in our city. So we just recently, as in February, we kick off a citywide data governance group. This committee, a committee that actually is authorized and empowered to make decisions on data. I'm very hopeful that this space can actually, we can bring issues like data justice, data equity, and in addition to all these technical challenges and procedural challenges that we have. So the leads for these coordination projects, Christine Kendrick, my colleagues, Christine Kendrick and Vishal Bakshi, they are going to present this work. Christine, she is both of them are part of the Smart City PDX team. Christine, she is an air quality scientist specializing in monitoring policy and the public health impacts of air pollution. Her work on sensors and data collection projects focuses on technical, ethical, and policy questions surrounding the use of distributed sensors and Internet of Things technologies. She has a PhD in environmental science and resources with focus on urban air quality, data analysis, and instrumentation. Vishal Bakshi, he is the rescue plan data analyst, is also a colleague at the Smart City PDX team at the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. So in collaboration with all the BPS's tech services, Vishal manages the rescue plan database and data pipelines. He also manages public-facing data rescue plan data products, such as the Rescue Plan Open Data Portal, which was designed in collaboration with the Smart City PDX Community Leads cohort. So he currently is working on various data analysis and visualization products that will release to the public later this year. And with that, let me bring the recording. All right, here we go. Oops. Second. Okay. Now, well, welcome everyone. This is another presentation that we have today for the Open Data Day. And I'm very glad and happy to have my colleagues, Christine Kendrick and Vishal Bakshi, to share about all the work that they are doing on data governance. You can imagine that in the city, there is a lot of information. We are a large enterprise. Several services are running at the same time. Several groups within agencies are doing and working with data. And it's quite challenging to manage all that. So I think the tasks that Christine, Vishal are working on, and in addition to some other team members, is huge and is very impactful too. So I'm very happy to share what they're doing here. And with that, I'm going to let them introduce themselves first, and then they have a short presentation. Christine?
Thank you so much, Hector. We're happy to be here with you all today to share out about our work. My name is Christine Kendrick. I'm the Data Services Manager with the Smart City PDX program in the City of Portland's Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. Vishal?
Thanks, Christine. My name is Vishal Bakshi, he, him. I'm the Rescue Plan Data Analyst, also in the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability.
Okay, so with that, I'm going to open our presentation. And today we are talking about data governance at the City of Portland, including why we need it, how we're building it, and Vishal will also talk about some examples of how data governance impacts city services. So first, I'd like to share a quick overview of what the Data Services program does, which relates to why we need data governance. As Hector mentioned, the City of Portland has a lot of different data investments and teams working on this, and this can lead to some fragmentation in our data teams, siloed data, and those investments. So our program is providing people with support services, governance tools, and open and transparent information products. We want anyone, internal or external to the City of Portland, to feel supported when they're using information to inform their decisions or evaluating services, projects, or programs. And we do this through several different projects, one of which is citywide data governance. So often with data investments, the focus is on the more visible aspects of modern data management. Dashboards, data visualizations, and those are really important pieces and tools that we can use to share information. But there are a lot of hidden elements of this work, including governance, technology infrastructure, and services support to people, like helping collaborate and design reporting and effective reporting measures. So when we can actually implement this full spectrum of all of these elements, that's when we can get data to truly become a community asset. And we, the city as an organization, can close the loop and better use the data that we collect to inform that next decision and do it with transparency and accountability. So data governance is at the base of that modern data management iceberg. It's about improving access to good quality data in secure ways. It helps deliver essential services as part of better government. And we can't address community and leadership priorities if we don't manage and maintain data as assets. City data governance work first began as a directive from the 2016 Open Data Ordinance. And then over the past several years, we've had a data governance planning and analysis team with staff participating from 10 different bureaus and offices. We've been incorporating lessons learned to identify a simplified, centralized committee approach that can fit our changing structures, but also our urgent data management and data governance needs. So in practice, having city data governance in place means that everyone that interacts with city data feels supported to do their work or participate in their services, whether that's working with us on a grant or a contract or accessing a service that you need and for your daily life, where you have to have some exchange of data and information, and you want to trust where that's going and why it's being collected. Some other examples is that when we need to make responsive decisions for urgent priorities, we need leadership and staff to have access to multiple data sets. We need time to integrate that data and create analyses to show impacts across programs. So for a lot of analysts right now, the current state might be your majority of your time is spent on researching methods and identifying tools, and you're cleaning data and you're building pieces that are getting you ready for that analysis, but then you have a smaller amount of time left on analysis. So with data governance in place, we want to flip that state and reduce missed opportunities for collaboration. Okay, so how are we going to implement city data governance? One piece of this is our city data governance committee. It has several purposes, and just as we manage other city assets, we must assess the condition of our data, set values and behaviors for managing it, and be accountable to manage and maintain these assets. So to help do this, a committee will be adopting policies, guidance, and best practices with a citywide focus. So this means behavior with data and data issues that impact all bureaus and offices. This allows us to identify and optimize minimum best practices and create alignment so that we can improve coordination across silos, make data more accessible and transparent, and use staff time resources more efficiently, and also help make us be more responsive partners to communities as well. There are several work priorities that we've identified, and this comes from that data governance planning and analysis team, plus other city data projects and teams where we've gathered input to identify some initial work priorities. These will help get us moving quickly and create some tangible results with the City Data Governance Committee. We know there will always be, we need ways to identify additional work priorities, and urgent needs are going to change different things. So this will be an iterative process to create a roadmap and keep looking back at what our work priorities are as well. The other idea is that some of these initial work priorities are things that have about 75 to 80% of the work complete. So now we can bring them to the committee work on the last bit of development, and move pretty quickly to adoption stage. This type of model is trying to recognize that we need to use committee staff member time most wisely. We can now rely on our new data governance analyst that started just now in 2023, and other staff to do a lot of the groundwork and heavy lifting. It also recognizes that we want to pull in existing knowledge that community members and city staff have already shared with us through various engagement and evaluation processes, and we want to recognize that information that's already been shared and take action on it. So our City Data Governance Committee is a simplified, centralized committee structure supported by a core team. We have urgent data needs, and as I just mentioned, we also have to be very purposeful with people's time. There's one member and one vote for each bureau and office, and this includes council offices. And the reason we went with this model is, again, going back to data governance being so foundational, the bottom of that modern data management. We need all teams participating. It also supports exchange of knowledge from bureaus that might be further along in their data management to those that are just starting out. Our voting procedures are guided by the need to move quickly on this work, again, to respond to urgent data management needs. And we have an initial 2-year investment of staff support for this work. So we want to show tangible results on a pretty quick time scale. We've also identified some flexible and creative ways and pathways to build out engagement with the public and also bring in other groups of staff. So recognizing different subject matter expertise and experiences are going to need to be brought in at different decision points to make sure we get as best information and engagement as possible to improve the products that are going to come out of this committee, but we're also still acknowledging committee and engagement fatigue that our partners are experiencing. So we want to make sure that work is effective and meaningful as well. The last thing I'll note about our structure is that a bureau or office may choose not to participate at this time. We are going to continue to move forward with the work, but we're open to onboard at any time if a bureau or office changes their mind or their capacity to participate changes. So who's in the committee and that surrounding support structure? Voting members, as I mentioned, there's one for each bureau and office, and they have been appointed by a bureau director or council member, and they have the authority to make data and technology decisions and recommendations on behalf of their bureau and office. Each voting member is committed to bring information back and forth between the committee and their bureau or office. We want to make sure decisions and votes in the committee represent and align with bureau and office needs and the community needs that have been gathered to inform that. Non-voting members are staff with specific subject matter expertise in civil rights compliance, information security, and information technology architecture. These are areas of work that intersect with effective data management and will need additional knowledge to inform decisions at different points. So non-voting members help consult and answer questions, and they're going to flag additional information that we need to consider to share out and integrate into the work. And the core team is a group of city staff led by our new data governance analyst, who is really there to help make sure committee members are supported in the work, to make sure we're able to implement that connection and outreach to have community involvement, and also to make sure that we can deliver efficient and tangible results in this work. So right now, the current work is focused on getting the committee set up and running, but in the coming months, we'll start off with a website page, and then we'll begin to utilize those additional work groups, focus groups, and other creative outreach pathways to bring more staff and community members into the work, and again, improve the deliverables and the results of these efforts. So now I'm going to hand it over to Vishal to talk about some examples of how data governance impacts city services.
Thanks, Christine. We can start with the next slide. Thanks. So the people and data processes set by the Rescue Plan Data and Equity Strategies team allow us to ensure Rescue Plan data usability, integrity, and privacy. We provide Rescue Plan project teams with a number of data and equity resources, such as data standards, an equity and civil rights compliance survey, and office hours for qualitative and quantitative data submission. The standardization of data submission then allows us to engage deeply with the community to produce public-facing data products, such as our Rescue Plan Open Data Portal, which was designed in collaboration with the Smart City PDX Community Leads cohort. Next slide. Then a second element that we are working on is our data team sandbox. So our Bureau of Planning and Sustainability Tech Services and Smart City PDX data team consists of 4 data analysts, 2 developers, 1 data governance analyst, 1 data services manager, that's Christine, and 1 project manager. And we have weekly stand-up meetings, which then lead to work sessions and discussions in a dedicated Teams channel, which finally results in best practices being documented for current and future analysts. So this model has been flexible enough so far to evolve over time as our team has grown rapidly in the past few months. And it also has opportunities to continue improving this model as to meet our team's evolving needs over time. And with that, I'll hand it back to Christine.
Thank you, Vishal. And thank you everybody for listening to this portion of the presentations. It is really an exciting time right now in Portland, where there's a lot of interest and support from community members, from city staff and city leadership in improving management of data and how we use data and provide access. So hopefully we could come back in another year and share out even more examples of how data governance is affecting and improving city services and lots of different related projects. And one last note is that, as the city of Portland prepares for a new form of government, the citywide data governance work, and then our work to make sure we're applying and implementing data governance and learning from it and going back and improving it is all in alignment towards our work to move towards an improved, coordinated future state of local government. So exciting times, and thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Christine, Vishal, for sharing all this information. I just have one quick question: how people can reach out to learn more about these projects?
Yeah, I think right now I would just encourage folks to reach out to our Smart City PDX at portlandoregon.gov. Email is the best place for now. We will have a website soon in the coming kind of weeks and months so that folks can find information online that way. And then as we do develop work groups, focus groups, and some of those opportunities where we can actually be in conversation with each other, we will absolutely do additional outreach before an event like that happens, or an opportunity to make sure folks have information they need to come and participate. And again, plenty of notice before we have some of those types of events set up.
Fantastic. Well, reach out to Smart City PDX at portlandoregon.gov. And thank you again, Christine, Vishal, for sharing all this information, and congratulations for all the good work that has been done already. All right. So with this, well, we close this presentation. Thank you so much. All right, we have already, so we have few minutes before the next presentation with, I see Jameson already here. I wonder if anyone has a comment, question about what the data governance effort. I'd be happy to make, to contribute. You can write it in the Q&A, or if you can also raise your virtual hand, and I can let you share the information live. All right. So this work on data governance is actually, I believe, is going to be very impactful. And I know there is a little bit of separation between what bureaus in general, you on the ground, are doing with what's happening at the data governance committee level, right? However, I think there are also opportunities for you to share your concerns, to share your ideas. Feel free to reach out to our team, the Smart City PDX team. Reach out to me directly as well, and I'll be happy to forward these comments and ideas, or I can make like the connection with you, so you don't need me in the middle. So that completely fine as well. All right. So as a way of introduction, so moving on to the next presentation with Jameson. So I really appreciate him joining today. I think one of the ideas also around data and you know, data and technology are always evolving, constantly evolving. Right now, if you have like been listening or reading the news, there is so much around artificial intelligence, right? You hear this concept of generative AI. So what that means, chat GPT here and there that is actually writing things, or all these different services that just with some keywords can actually generate images, realistic or non-realistic images of things that never existed before, which is quite impressive. But you know, how much can we trust on those algorithms to actually rely on them to do certain works? How much these algorithms are actually going to impact our work? That's going to be yes, that's going to be definitely something that we are going to be working this year with the surveillance technologies policy. We are actually adding algorithms to our work, and that's also very important that everybody in the city and outside the city should have a way to connect to this work, and that's how we're trying to do with these kind of events, how we make these connections. All right, so Jameson, I wonder if you are ready. Can you like turn on your video and make your co-host? Perfect.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Excellent. So how is let's kind of do some logistics before starting. So the idea of all these presentations is just to generate, not only having this live event and have Q&A and spaces to allow others to participate as well, but also we are recording part of these presentations, usually 10-15 minutes long, the main topic of the conversation. So later we are going to upload the video with some descriptions, resources, and whatever we feel appropriate to support the content that we are uploading, so others can also learn after the event is over. So it's been actually in the past very useful for other groups within the city, outside the city, to understand what we are doing, to get connected to specific people, etc. For our conversation, so I'm going to start the recording, start some introductions, and then we're going to jump into some of the guiding questions, just like a little bit of informal chat. And my interest, and I really appreciate you joining, because I think, as I mentioned, with all technology evolving, it's so important to keep ourselves always kind of up to date, well, learning, constantly training ourselves. And also new, like young people or not so young people, but who are just jumping into the data world. They also need like a path for development, to develop a career and opportunities on all these new spaces that we have in front of us. So part of the conversation, I wonder if, yeah, we can just do it around these topics. And sounds good?
Yeah, absolutely. And, thank you so much for the invitation. It's really great to be able to participate with the great work you're doing here at the city.
Well, thank you. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to start the recording, make some introductions. Well, welcome. Welcome to this presentation. We have now James, let me see, Jameson Watts. I needed some cue there. Jameson Watts from Willamette University. You are right. You are managing or coordinating the data science program. Is that right?
Yeah, I have a fairly kind of academic sounding title. So I'm chair and director of the computing and data science programs at Willamette University. So what that means is that I oversee both our undergraduate programs in computer science and data science and our graduate programs in data science. And then coming up, we have a new program in computer science at the graduate level that will be coming online in fall 24.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, before starting this recording, we were talking about how technology keeps evolving and always creating opportunities and challenges in general, right? But let's start from the beginning. I have a few questions for you, and just considering that this conversation is going to be watched by like people who have no idea about what data science is. They might not have idea what data is, even what data analysis is. So can you share a little bit what's the difference between data science and doing just data analysis, working with Excel, for instance? What is data science?
Working with Excel and doing data analysis, kind of more traditional analytics work, it's kind of a gateway into data science. There's actually no bright line distinction between the two in my view. When you talk to professionals in the field, when they use the term data science, they're often referring to a very specific portion of the analysis process. And that portion is the modeling process. So running the machine learning algorithms or the linear modeling algorithms to derive some insights from data that go a bit beyond summary statistics and data visualization and those sorts of things. However, in my view, data science is really a catch-all term that covers everything from data quality, governance, ethics, privacy, all the way through the data architecture and then the statistical modeling as well.
Yeah, there's when we go to community events, and that's also, I'm coming from an academic background as well. It's really hard sometimes to translate these technical terms into more like easy to digest, explaining what machine learning is. It can be challenging, right?
It can, although, most folks are a little scared by the idea of machine learning, but when you actually get into the nitty-gritty and start diving into the details, it's not all that complicated. You've got a computer program and it's just trying to figure out how to navigate its way through a bunch of data to find patterns. And we have a whole bunch of different computer programs that do that kind of thing. Anything from a simple linear regression model, which you may have done in high school, all the way up to something as complex as a deep learning convolutional neural network, right? Which is kind of the state of the art type of thing that you might use in computer vision, or some of the kind of emerging machine learning topics. But all of these things and everything in between, decision trees, random forests, logistic models, these are all just different computer programs that are trying to find patterns in data.
Yeah, I think that's the key word, identify patterns. And I have an 8-year-old and we play with that. So how we can, where is the pattern here? Where is the pattern there? And that's actually a fun thing to do. For somebody who wants to start in this world, what would you recommend that person to do? Like, just regular, somebody from high school, let's put it like that. Somebody from high school wants to start a career in data science. So what would you recommend?
I have a bit of a kind of tongue-in-cheek definition of a data scientist, and that is a mediocre programmer paired with a mediocre statistician. But the overlap is incredibly valuable, right? If you know just enough programming, to be dangerous, and just enough statistics where you can kind of understand what's going on under the hood in some of these models, there's a huge amount of value at the intersection of those two skills. And so when you think about trying to get started in, kind of data science as a profession, you have to think on two fronts. On the one hand, you need to develop a few skills in programming. And on the other hand, you need to develop a few skills in statistics. And when I talk to high school students, which I do on occasion, I give them the same answer. If you're talking to a professional or someone who's a bit older, often I ask them what their background is. And if their background is more on the computer science programming side of things, I will say, well, take a look at the Python programming language. There are a bunch of tutorials in, scikit-learn, which is a popular machine learning library within Python. And if you're comfortable already with programming languages in general, that's a great pathway into the realm of data science. If you're coming from a more kind of math, natural sciences, or statistics background, I often tell people to take a look at the R programming language. Used to be called RStudio, it's now called Posit. And there's a suite of packages called the Tidyverse within that realm, which makes the practice of doing data ingestion, data wrangling, manipulation, cleaning, visualization, and then ultimately modeling really, really convenient and easy to do. And so, for instance, in our graduate data science program, we have a lot of students with zero programming background, and they may have taken a stats course as an undergrad a long time ago. We introduced them to the R programming language and the Tidyverse in the first semester, and very quickly these students ramp up and are creating value. And about this time of year, they're about, they're about 7 or 8 months into their program at this point, so a semester and a half. They are all feeling quite capable with the skills that they've developed. And so it's not necessarily something, that you have to take, 4 years and a PhD to acquire. It is something that, with some, grit and tenacity, you can actually acquire in a very short amount of time.
Mhm. Yeah, that actually leads me to the next challenge, which is infrastructure and resources that we need to have in order to jump into that, right? So again, technology keeps evolving. Do you think somebody with just a computer, laptop can actually do that? Or do we need something bigger? Do we need like larger investments?
Well, I think it depends on what problem you're trying to solve. I know that for most of what we teach in our programs, all you need is a relatively cheap laptop, and you can get this done. Posit is a free and open source development environment for data science. This is what we use in all of our classes. A lot of the textbooks that we use are free and open sourced as well, so those are available for learning. One exception is probably our data engineering class, which touches on things like data architecture, data models, and kind of the broader SQL, world. And in that class, you might need access to some cloud computing resources, whether it's Azure from Microsoft or Google Cloud or Amazon Web Services, to be able to implement some of the kind of data architectures that are described and toyed with in that class. And in a company, I would say it's probably the same, right? You need somewhere for your data to live, and you have a choice to make. And you may have covered this with some of your other panels, but you could outsource that or you can insource that. And there are often legal constraints that kind of make that decision for you if you're a government entity, but not always. And so there are a variety and ever increasing number of consultants and other wonderful individuals in orbit in the Portland area that can help with those sorts of decisions. But in terms of the actual practice, right? If you're getting down and just getting your hands dirty, there are plenty of free tools available to use.
Yeah. I think this is a great opportunity. In order to wrap up this short conversation, and I'll yeah, there's so many things, right? Again, recently we are hearing about all this buzz on artificial intelligence and how disruptive these new tools, technologies, algorithms, services are coming to our lives in a way that is going to impact jobs, is going to impact the way in which we're actually interacting with the real world, is going to shift like economies, name it, right? What does that mean, like artificial intelligence for the data world?
This is something I spend a lot of time thinking about, and it interrupts my sleep every once in a while because I think it's quite a consequential issue for not just us locally, but for I think us broadly as humans. So let me try to pick a point to start on this. One, I personally and my faculty think that it's an important enough issue where we actually require courses in data ethics and policy within our programs, and that's something that differentiates us, I think, from a lot of other programs in the region and elsewhere. In terms of how we should be thinking about machine learning algorithms like ChatGPT and some of the other, Microsoft's recent kind of Bing adventure, there are a couple of things that I think students in the broader community should be thinking about. One, how do we design these algorithms in such a way that they are continuously optimized on human well-being? That's not a simple thing to accomplish, and it's going to take a huge number of really smart people to figure this out. And we need to put more of these folks out in the world with the tools to think about this sort of thing. And what do I mean by optimizing on human well-being? Well, when we build these machine learning algorithms, we are kind of training them on a bunch of historical data. It is unclear whether this historical data is representative of what's best for us as individuals, as humanity, et cetera. And so understanding how the data that these algorithms are trained on affects what they then give us in the future is of vital importance. The second thing I really worry about is the possibility for a kind of vicious reinforcing cycle. And we already start to see this in social media as an example, where our worst base instincts as humans cause us to click on things. And that creates more data for the algorithms to learn from, which then gives us a palette or a buffet of options, which are restricted to only those that were derived from our worst instincts to begin with. And this continues ongoing into the future to the point where it is no longer us training the machines, but the machines training us as humans. And so those two things, I think, together are really worrisome to me, and things that even if you're not into kind of the techie writing code part of this field, is an area where we need more folks to engage and think with us on how to solve these problems.
Yeah. Yeah, I know it can be. Now we are in the uncanny valley, right? And we are navigating through that. Well, thank you so much, Jameson, for joining this morning. And just as a last opportunity, would you like to share something else for everybody who's watching this recording?
Oh, goodness. I would say that, here's what I tell a lot of my incoming students, right? Data science is one of the most fun things you can do. It has more applications and outlets for your own creativity and your own kind of personal achievement than almost any other field that exists out there. You can apply data science to, of course, you could sell shoes for Nike, right? But you can track salmon migration in the Columbia River. You can create models to help place children into foster care. You can help political candidates identify successful messages in order to promote issues important to the region. Right? There are so many different ways that you can take the tools available to you and apply them in a way that's important to you personally. So I just want to encourage folks to really take a look at this field and get involved. We need more folks.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining today. And we will be sharing links and resources about you, your work, and I appreciate this morning. And all right, let's open questions and see if somebody has a question off the record, or well, it's still live streaming, but sure,
Off the recording, sure.
off the recording. Yeah, and yeah, I see some of our next panelists already joined, and we are using one single link for everything. It's a
Yeah,
learning.
we get the ding dongs in our earphones every once in a while, but yeah.
All right. Well, I don't see any questions so far. I know I personally think evolving, like developing a career in data science, it has so many different aspects that you can do. There is an evolving, also emerging, I would say, opportunities for people who are not necessarily computing like scientists, but rather sociologists, historians, psychologists, people with social science background who can do a lot in this field.
I agree, and honestly, we get a lot of these folks applying to our graduate programs. So folks with environmental science backgrounds, psychology, sociology, anthropology, folks interested in the medical field, and then on occasion we even get you know, artists or you know, English majors that want to do you know, historical text analysis or something along those lines, right? You know, use data to generate creative installations, right? There are lots of different potential outlets for these tools. But yeah, it's, you know, I think this does need to be a core message, which is you don't need, you know, to be a programmer with 10 years of experience to get into this field. There are entry points, you know, that are kind of with many fewer prerequisites, and in fact, often the folks, you know, who just have a strong passion for the problems that they want to solve are our best students. Rather than those with, you know, 5 or 6 years of scripting experience or something like that.
Perfect. Well, Jameson, thank you so much for joining us this morning, and I appreciate your time.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. Anytime.
All right, perfect. All right, so let's have few minutes transition time. I'm gonna now we're gonna have a panel on mobility data. So while we set up this panel, that all the panelists are actually joining as we speak, but very soon we are going to have some music. So take care of yourself. In few minutes at 1, we are going to start the panel. For now, I'm going to start some music too. right. Thank you so much, everyone. We are about to start our mobility data panel. I'm very excited about this one. We have been able to put together this panel thanks to Matthew Claudel, friend, collaborator here at the Open Data program in Portland, who's helping us to put together all this amazing group of people. With that, so Matthew is going to be moderating the panel. I will be supporting him in the back. And with all of that introduction, Matthew, go ahead. And I'm going to start recording if you don't mind.
Yes, that sounds great. Thank you very much, Hector. A quick technical note, it looks like our panelists need to have video enabled. Hector, if that's something you can do from the back end, that would be great. All right, we're slowly having people join. Thank you. This is a nice unfolding of people into digital space, but I'm really glad to have everyone here. I'm glad that each of you were able to join this panel. As Hector said, my name is Matthew Claudel, and I am the founder of a strategic design agency based in Portland, Oregon, that's focused on civic value, and it's called Field States. And it's my joy to be on this panel, to be hosting this panel together with all of you, because I think each of you brings an interesting and different perspective to the question of spatial data and what that means for mobility. So I thank you all for being here, and I'm excited for a great conversation. As a general point of order, please feel free to add your thoughts, even if I haven't specifically asked you a question. I hope that this becomes a conversation and not just an interview. And feel free to riff on each other while also maintaining some respect for people to finish their thoughts and share what they have to say. So I am going to start off with a quick round of introductions. I prompted you to think about something over the weekend, and that prompt was to describe a distinctive interaction that you've had with digital public infrastructure, positive or negative. What made it remarkable? And starting us off, Scott, why don't you answer that question? Scott is the project manager of operations data at Cal ITP, which is a brilliant unit within Cal ITP at the state level in California, doing innovative work in transportation technology. But Scott, I'll let you tell us more about that.
Thank you, Matthew. Cal ITP, we are approximately 4 years into a really exciting and innovative research and development project within the state of California's Department of Transportation. It has involved a lot of data standards work, interoperability work, and a lot of really exciting collaborations, both with agencies inside California and with organizations and agencies outside of California as well, trying to improve public transportation for everyone, regardless of how they access it. And when it came time for me to think about my remarkable experience with public data infrastructure, this almost felt like too easy of a choice. And yet I felt as an Angelino, it was incredibly true to form. I was thinking about riding the metro in Los Angeles, the metro subway system here. And it is a very common grievance that Angelinos share, that the arrival predictions on the subway stations are frequently what we refer to as the random number generator. You'll have an excellent experience of watching the countdown clock tick away to 0. No train comes, and then it goes up to a seemingly randomly chosen number somewhere between 5 and 25 minutes in the future. And you just have to say, I mean, have I waited long enough? Is it too late to change course? That is indelible in my mind because it gives me a very particular sense of dread and anxiety.
Incredible anecdote. Maybe that's something we can fix today in the panel. We'll get that solved for you, Scott.
Thank you.
Next up, Ryan, can you introduce yourself? And Ryan is, I think, perhaps unique on this panel because he's wearing a couple different hats. One of them is at MBTA in Boston and across Massachusetts, the Transportation Authority, where he's the Director of Technology, and also at, Consumer Technology Department. And then you're also at Transit Ops, which is a brilliant company that's kind of reimagining service level infrastructure for transit. So can you tell us more about those things?
Like, you should do my introductions always because that just sounds way better than what I actually do. No, so in the MBTA, I'm a part of the Customer Technology Department, which I think is fairly unique in public transit because we are somewhat product focused and we do spend a lot of resources building digital systems that we need to meet rider expectations that we often find that the sort of vendor marketplace doesn't do, and we kind of fill gaps there. So we build all that as open source, and Transit Ops is not directly affiliated with the MBTA, but Transit Ops is trying to get more transit agencies to utilize open source effectively. And so much of the open source is open source produced by the MBTA, but not limited to that. And so, yeah, there's a little, there's a relationship there. In terms of, I forget exactly how you put it, but this remarkable story, I think, I have a lot of stories I thought would be interesting, but one of them is like really timely. In our region at the moment, riders are experiencing slowdowns for various reasons, right? And this is a major frustration, as you can imagine, to the riding public to be accustomed to a trip taking a certain amount of time for years and years and years, and all of a sudden it's double that or whatever it may be, depending on the trip that they're taking. As someone working in public transit, ideally, you would also be using public transit. Not always the case, unfortunately. In my case, it is true. And the line that would be most close to where I live was very much affected by this. And I found myself in this unique position of both being part of the organization that is publishing the data about the system that groups could use to actually very specifically understand the type of slowdowns, and sort of being on the consumer side. There's a group in our area called Transit Matters, and they've produced some really remarkable dashboards consuming our open data to kind of articulate and show their concerns and the concerns of many riders, which I feel was pretty effective in advocating back to the agency and making the agency do their best to be responsive, right? So I think in the context of what we're here talking about today with open data, it was interesting to ensure that this data is available to everybody who wants it, but in particular this group that built this remarkable tool that was showing the impact of slow zones over time, and then it had this effect for the public to better understand. Because without this data, I think many members of the public would obviously know that something is up, but I feel like giving this data to an advocacy agency that's able to really show exactly what's happening and how it's changed really helped control the discussion towards urgent problems. So I'll stop talking, but that's my story.
Yeah, no, we'll certainly get into that question of publishing data and the relationships between public agencies and other organizations. I next up would love to introduce Victoria. Victoria is leading client services. She's a VP of client services at Ellis & Associates, which is a subsidiary of Lacuna Technologies that's in the interest of the public good, doing transportation data consulting. And Victoria, if you could share with us your distinctive interaction that you've had with digital public infrastructure, we'd love to hear it.
Oh, sure. And by the way, I work a lot with Los Angeles as a customer. So Scott started talking. I was like holding my breath for a second. I was like, oh, this is going to be a project that I worked on? No, wasn't. Okay. So, one of mine sort of has stood the test of time, and it's like not very cool, but I love it, which is EasyPass. And I love EasyPass because it's one of those things that sort of still just works. I think it's one of those solutions where there's no screen interaction, which is something that's hard to do. And it's such an intuitive thing it's valuable on the sort of infrastructure side, but it's intuitive and very low touch for the user. They don't have to download anything, they don't have to learn anything. And it's, it always sort of seems like a very elegant solution, and you just have that little box in your car and it all just works.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. Wait, you kind of not defaulting to the premise that something needs to be a mobile app is quite interesting in this context, especially when you think about addressing the broadest of user groups, which transportation has to do. Amenity Applewhite is the head of product at Austin Transportation Department. So I'd love for you to tell us about what that means and share your experience with us.
Sure. Hi, happy to be here. So I'm the head of product on the Data and Technology Services Division at the Austin Transportation Department. So we are a team within the department that does internal technology and data services that the city's kind of central IT department can't provide. So we leverage high quality data and modern technologies to support our staff, empowering them to improve operations, make data informed decisions, and deliver excellent mobility services to the Austin community. We like to say that we solve real problems for real people, because I think when you get into the kind of smart cities realm of things, you can get into a whole lot of kind of theoretical stuff. And when we are thinking about what our team does, it's really like we're taking paperwork orders for the arterial management division signal operators who are out in the field and digitizing those so that we have spatial data of where our traffic signals are and that type of thing. So real problems, real people. And when I was thinking about this prompt, I actually went back to my days before I was a municipal employee, when I was just an engaged citizen, and I was going to the city's website for one of the first times to register my group, my neighborhood group. So it's there was a form there where we kind of put the name of our neighborhood group, and it's just this digital form, and it gets to the area where you are defining the kind of geographic extent of it. And as a spatial data person, my heart kind of shattered because I saw this like free text field that said northern boundary, and this free text field that said eastern boundary, and then southern boundary, western boundary. And I was just thinking, like, I don't want to submit this data. This data is useless. Like, what's going to happen with this data? Lo and behold, when I actually start at the city, I am actually sitting on the other side of a cubicle wall from the person who receives this data and then calls the people and says, so wait, do you mean Waller Creek? Do you mean this and that? And then so she kind of takes a screenshot of Google Maps, and like then she sends it over to a GIS team that like is then going to hand digitize this data. And I just checked, this is like 8 years later, and it's still like this data set is available as public data, but it still doesn't have any spatial data in it. And I don't really wonder why, because it wouldn't be high quality data to begin with. And so this was just a really big reminder to me of like when open data misses the opportunity to be digital public infrastructure, like instead of this being useful data, instead of this being a data set that I could query or make kind of, you know, I'm moving to an area and I can see what neighborhood groups could I join because here's my new address. This data is being supplied, but it's kind of completely useless, but still taking staff hours, still, you know, being put out on a database, but not doing anyone any good.
Thank you. Thanks, Amenity. Finally, Ben. Ben is the president of the Foundation for Public Code, perhaps the least transit native person, but also thinking very deeply about digital public infrastructure through the foundation. So Ben, can you introduce yourself and share a little anecdote?
Yeah, thanks, Matthew, and thanks all of you guys for being here. This is great. So the Foundation for Public Code is a international nonprofit chapter based in which we help public administrations collaborate on building digital public infrastructure software. I think Amenity's example is a perfect example of why I find that the conversation often about open data is really about open code, because the problem there is not in the data. The problem is in the mechanism for gathering the data, and that's the code. And so I think for a long time, this, we've had, especially from vendors, a focus on open data, which is great. They're like, oh, here's your open data. Well, it's like, how did you generate that? Oh, well, that's closed. That's actually a huge problem. So I think sort of, swimming upstream is kind of what we've been doing for a while, and that, sort of realizing that the source of all of this is in the code. And so trying to build pieces of digital public infrastructure that function as, very useful pieces of things like transit infrastructure as collaboratively produced open code, I think is really a fantastic project. And so the example I'm giving is one that's like a little bit cheating, because it's an alpha of coming from one of the entities that we're working with, which is the province of South Holland in the Netherlands has implemented something. I'm curious to see how the closed captioning deals with these Dutch names, but this product is called Omgevingsbeleid, and it's based on a law in the Netherlands called the Omgevingswet, which is a law about unified spatial data index. So if you produce spatial data in the public sector in the Netherlands now, you're required to submit the data types, basically a manifest of the data that you're producing, to a national agency that can compile this into a queryable data set per location. So this Omgevingsbeleid is a reference implementation of a query system on that has a mapping interface that you just plonk down a pin, and it tells you in the results panel what agencies are generating what data types and what the URL is to reference the live data source. And so this is like kind of an aspirational example of the sort of thing that I think is achievable in a lot of different domains of the public sector in a lot of different places, including in California and Oregon and various other places, Texas, so, and nationally. So these are, but the point is that this type of infrastructure requires software on the back end that uses standard protocols and has very specific kind of interlocking parts, and that requires collaboration between entities, both internal to agencies within a single public administration and also across public administrations. And so that's kind of what the Foundation for Public Code focuses on, is building these types of communities of practice and the kind of the infrastructure, both social, between the agencies, the stakeholders within the agencies, but also infrastructural in terms of having shared code bases that serve as reference implementations for this kind of functionality. So I'm excited to think about, what are some of the prospects for the types of tooling that this group of people might be able to share and use in the future collaboratively.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah, so I'm excited to get into it. There are so many connections. My head is spinning with what the right first question is, but I think we can start off with something that's quite popcorn, I think, and try and get everyone's perspective on this. So many of us here are focused on pushing the boundary of service delivery, and that's through specific use cases or kind of products, whether it's Scott, the countdown timer, or if it's the Easy Pass, or if it's actual kind of structural like bus networks and routing. And so I'm wondering about how we can push the envelope for such products. Also thinking, Ryan, about the supported apps that you have at TransitOps, while also maintaining a baseline service delivery, right? Like you need to make sure that trips are happening A to B. And so how do you kind of play with that as a push and a pull, maintaining that service delivery while also pushing the boundary?
I mean, maybe I'll take a quick stab at this, but I'm definitely interested in what other people have to say about it. At the end of the day, any tech that we're involved in needs to have a foundation in sound user research, right? Sometimes I would say that we're doing something technologically that's maybe boring or it's been done before in other industries, but it needs to happen in this industry and we need to do it in a sustainable way. So sometimes when people ask these kind of innovation questions, I want to push back and say like, well, in government, sometimes the biggest innovation is being more responsive to the needs and concerns of the total various different demographics and populations of riders who use the system in different ways, right? To more directly answer a specific question, I think it's really possible. Like what we do, for example, we might change our algorithm that impacts the system that Scott was describing, right? Of the predictions that we generate about arrival times, right? So we would have a dev system that's going to show that has the same access to the live data, but we can see how our predictions change on the same data set and let that run for some period of time before we choose to either make an actual change in the prediction that the public will experience, or maybe someone had a great idea and when we actually see it against multiple days worth of data, we can say, well, it actually helped here, but at certain parts of the trip, it's much worse. So we're not, we're not going to roll that out. That's my thoughts.
Yeah, I'd love to jump in because I feel like, I just want to kind of also build on something that Amenity said with your great example, which is, thinking about that usability, like thinking about the use cases that Ryan, you're mentioning, like really understanding what your user needs, but then really connecting that back to what does that mean you really need in terms of information and data, and trying to think about that in the most streamlined way possible in general, but also understanding, I think, the systems in the back end that you might be trying to get that data from. It's really, really easy to build big, beautiful things with tons and tons of features, but often those become very, very difficult to maintain, to your question, Matthew. And so it's like figuring out what's your highest value use, but then being really rigorous during that process of, can I do this with 3 data points? Do I really need it every day? Can the hardware that I might be trying to get information from, how reliable is that? So that you don't create these weird quality problems in the pursuit of trying to make something great, but you've made something that's hard to be sustainable in the process.
Yeah, I would say from our perspective in California, one of the things that we've considered to actually be our product is the data quality, and that is driving a lot of the decisions that are made and a lot of what we consider to be innovative in our approach. And I think we have the good fortune to sort of becoming midstream into work that a lot of other folks have done, a lot of really important foundational work. In the public sector, we have this tremendous blessing where we can fill in gaps where traditional market development is not necessarily going to touch the way that certain users get their information, just for example, because those users are too small of a group or do not represent significant enough revenue or return for the companies that are doing R&D. So at the top of the call, I mentioned that we kind of see ourselves as research and development within the state DOT at Cal ITP, and I think the benefit of that is we're able to take what Ryan was saying to focus on the user research and product research from a much broader standpoint, and to say, if we're looking at data quality as the product that we're trying to deliver to Californians, to people who are just traveling through California, who is that actually capturing, and who within the existing ecosystem of data that's being served to those users, mobile devices, computers, et cetera, or is even, as in my anecdote, just being served to them at a transit station. who is not able to make use of good quality data to make the decisions that they need to make in the most abstract way possible.
To riff on that, it seems like in public transit, most of the opportunities you have to use digital technology to improve the rider experience ultimately boils down to your ability to get accurate data to people where they are and how they want to consume it. So Scott, I commend what you said, this idea that the data is the product, or the data quality is the product, because many times we've had, let's say someone working on a project has a really great idea. Ultimately they say, well, actually we can't do that because the data isn't reliable or accurate enough that this thing that would be wonderful would actually be useful.
And I can pick up where you're leaving off there and just kind of say that as an largely internal facing team, our job, I think, is to kind of come in and look towards the staff and the engineers who want to be accountable, who are doing great work, and kind of help them understand that this kind of like specter of opening the data and showing their work and being transparent with how we're spending our money and what we're planning can actually be an incentive that their data doesn't have to be embarrassing, right? So off like what you were saying, Victoria, and both of you, Scott too, like having high quality data, narrowing the focus and saying, look, you don't have to show everything. You don't have to take this entire spreadsheet you were using and put it out there for everyone to see. But let's have a centralized system. Let's have a data structure that we're proud of, where we know our data can be modeled in a way that is useful, in a way that is standardized across our department. And let's start there, and let's start with capturing that and feeling good about that. And so when we are actually building solutions that is for the use of the staff, we're really looking at how do we help them maintain that data in a way that doesn't create extra work for them, in a way that helps them as they're doing their operations, as they're doing their work. It's giving them a benefit as well. It's not just a reporting mechanism that's an additional layer on top of what they have to do.
So I'd love to come back to interoperability and standard data formats, which is going to be an important topic for us to address. But quickly, there's a really interesting theme emerging here, and I've heard a couple people mention it, and that's fixing market failures. And part of our responsibility as public sector or public sector adjacent organizations is to think about what those market failures are, and then how data or specific products can fill them. And so I'm imagining a specific use case, which I know Boston has been a leader in, which is ordering wheelchair accessible vehicles. In Portland as well, it's actually a City of Portland or a Portland Bureau of Transportation website through which you can order a taxi. And that's a specific example of a market failure. Let's say there's not enough demand for those vehicles. And so I'm curious about how we think about the public-private sector relationship, because so often the data and the infrastructures we create as public agencies are the infrastructures upon which private sector actors can play. I want to open that up. That's a can of worms. Scott, maybe toss that one to you.
Sure, I'm happy to. Ben, it looked like you were going to say something, but if not, I'm happy to go.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, no, I have many thoughts on this topic. So I think for starters, yes, I do look at the work that we're doing with CalITP as being centered around market failures. Honestly, things that the market just wouldn't touch, not out of particular malice, just because it would never. And I've been a product manager before for a private company, so I understand. I understand the Jira backlog, right? Like just things that would never rise to the top of a smallish tech company, and almost all of the ones that we're talking about in the public transportation space are small from a global standpoint. So they have limited resources and would not necessarily be able to fix the problems that we see in any sort of timeline that that most public agencies would find acceptable. That's been a recurring theme in the course of my work, hearing from agencies that, yeah, we have these problems. We've raised them a number of times, and it's just not a priority. So the question really is, have we as a public agency, and now really thinking about from the perspective of a state, it doesn't have to be a state as large as California, but just sort of having that macro level view of what's going on in transportation in a large-ish geographic area. Have we, from that perspective, actually defined these are the standards, not data standards, but these are the quality standards that we would actually expect for people interacting with this type of data within the realm of our purview? And is that something that is being communicated to the vendors? And if so, how is it being communicated to the vendors and private actors who are working on that? Because the private market, I want to say, like, we work with a lot of great private market partners who do incorporate a really great ideology around public transportation and have a sense of duty that they're going to support people of all types who are using public transportation. But however so much that may be the case, it's never going to be the same as a public sector organization's ability to really give primacy of place to an idea like that, and to say the purpose of this goal, as on our data side of things, we say is the purpose of this work is going to be that everyone has a uniform, high quality standard of access. And if that becomes an organizing principle, then what is the downstream effect that needs to have on the market actors and the public transit agencies operating in that space? It is a powerful tool of figuring out how interests need to be aligned, and working backwards from there, you can figure out who your partners are going to be, what obstacles need to be overcome. It's not an instantaneous process, I can tell you that much, but it is.
That's a total setup for what I was actually hoping to contribute to this part of the conversation, which was the kind of reorientation around. I mean, you were saying standards are the thing that we need, that the public sector needs to project into the market, but I think, you know, specific asks, honestly, is something that the public sector is not very good at projecting, right? Like, most of the time when you're talking about products in things like transport, it's vendors showing up with the solution, and, you know, the public sector deciding whether they want to take it on. But I think that, you know, we need to pivot the conversation into something where there is enough technical sort of capacity, architectural capacity in the public sector to know what to ask for, right? And that's really this idea of, like, you know, and I think also, you know, when you're starting to talk about things like public code, this is one of the real powers of public code, is that it is, you know, if you build an open source product that is shared across administrations, then that actually is a big enough market ask. You know, like, if you come with a distributed procurement from like 4 or 5 different agencies from different places to say, hey, this is something we really need, the market will respond to that, because it's packaging, you know, a bunch of work into a single ask, and then you start to build an ecosystem of vendors around a product, you know, which almost looks a little bit more like Web 1.0 in a way. You have these things, you know, it was sort of the web server with all these people working on that. But if you imagine, like, one of the things Matthew and I have been imagining is there a way to have a embedded map server, you know, that runs on the last version of Mapbox that was still open source, you know, and is embeddable maps for all these different application spaces in the public sector, that's containerized and easily unboxable, and something like that. It would be useful to a lot of different, you know, sort of actors in the space. But the question is, can you you know, present that as a unified ask, you know, which then does bring the market to the table, right, in a way that they wouldn't otherwise if it was kind of a piecemeal ask, you know, among, you know, little sort of seats within different agencies. So the question to me, you know, like Mariana Mazzucato is someone who's written amazingly about the idea that the state is a primary actor in a lot of innovation, just because it can bundle these asks, and I think if we, the idea that you have kind of a mission-based thing that's like, how do we solve spatial data for transport, and if you can articulate that across the public sector, there's no reason that we can't all ask for that together from the market. And that would be a really amazing opportunity, I think.
Yeah, and I think there's one of the spaces that, I work in with my organization is mobility data around micromobility, aka scooters, which means that we've done a lot of work with what's called the mobility data specification, which is also excitingly transforming into its 2.0 life in the next month, which means it's not going to just be scooters anymore. It will be taxis and sidewalk robots and other ride hail, which is like a huge evolution. But it's been remarkable to see what the Open Mobility Foundation, which is the governing organization for that specification, is very much conceived and has been successful, exactly what you're talking about, Ben, of being able to bring together civic leaders to create a unified voice to talk back to the technology and the vendor ecosystem. And there's been, just incredible moments of everybody sort of showing up and being like, hey, we really and that's a large part of why the specifications evolved beyond just scooters and micromobility, is all these cities that are the governing board actually for this technology foundation, which is also really unique and incredible. We're like, hey, this can't just be scooters. We need it to be all these other things. How do we prioritize that? But I've also seen vendors push back in some of those conversations healthily as well, when asking one city's like, we need this one use case and it's really important to us. Those vendors are now like, that's great. We haven't heard that from anybody else. Can we take this conversation to this forum? And if you can kind of bring a couple other cities to the table, we would like to develop this, but it's in the JIRA backlog. Otherwise, it's, if we only hear from you, then it's going to sit in the JIRA backlog. But if you can show us that there's like a market or a need for it beyond like the things that we do for our own profitability, basically, then yeah, it's on the table. That's great. But it's been amazing to sort of see where that's been working, where that's, doesn't work in that little corner of the transportation in a very big transportation world.
I'm going to try to make our discussion a little spicy here. And I'm going to respectfully disagree with our friend Ben, who I interpreted part of what you said is that maybe transit agencies or other government agencies aren't really asking the right questions, or they don't know what to ask. And so when they're not getting what they want for vendors, it's their own faults because they're idiots. I mean, all right, I'm going too far, but I think that I disagree. In my work, I'm able to interact with people who work at transit agencies across the US. And I think these people are brilliant and amazing, and they know what they want, and they're asking vendors for exactly what they want, and they're not getting it in many cases. And of course, there are exceptions and so on and so forth, right? A really palpable example I could give is in the beginning of the pandemic, we wanted to provide data to riders about crowding on vehicles. Pretty straightforward, right? People want to know, should I get on this vehicle? Is it safe to socially distance? What can I do? This is data that has existed in public transit for a long time, but it hadn't typically been considered a type of real-time data that you'd be providing to riders all the time. So we reached out to our vendor who we knew had this information and said, hey, just give us a feed. How can we do that? We really want to get this information to riders. Obviously, there's these safety concerns. Let's do this. We got money. We'll pay you, And their response was something like, well, yeah, that sounds great. I think we could give you that API in 1 or 2 years, right? Well, 1 or 2 years didn't cut it for us, right? So I don't want to say exactly what we did, but we figured out a way to get the data ourselves in like a week, right? And that costs the salary for 3 people for a week or something like that. So I do think there's different parts of the market, right? And probably with scooters, there's a lot of excitement, there's a lot of money, and there's things that are happening there. But in the more traditional public transit space, there's arguably, it's a small market. There's something like 35 big transit agencies in the US. How much money could they collectively pay to any company? I don't know, but I think that's probably a factor that holds back innovation on the vendor side. there's also this wild card thing of private equity in this industry, right? So a lot of companies in this space have been acquired by private equity firms. Well, I think the idea is, oh, this is great. These companies already have these government customers. It's really hard to switch off of these products. It's expensive. There's not much competition anyway. So you know what? Let's just milk it. You know what? Don't do anything for them. Let it ride, right? And so this sort of total disregard for the interests, concerns of transit agencies as customers, I think is very unique. I think a lot of private sector companies are dying to know what you want so they could make their product better. Not in this industry.
Well, I think that is exactly, I mean, in a way, I guess maybe I didn't phrase it right, because I think the thing that that needs to be asked for, that isn't asked for, I mean, maybe these people are brilliant, but the thing that hasn't transitioned to is asking for open products, right? Because like the thing that you just said is literally the consequence of not having open products. Like the idea that you are utilizing something that a huge network of administrations are spending a lot of money on, and it is collected as a proprietary product that has lock-in built into it, and therefore there is no innovation. And so the main thing that needs to be in this ask that, that we don't see yet, regardless of, how informed the people are in the public sector who are making these asks, they should be asking for open code bases, because then that means that they don't experience this lock-in, and they can also, the idea that you have something that is useful in the whole, and then you have a way of creating distributions that serve as something specific for transit. Like for instance, when I'm talking about this mapping, like an embedded mapping product, that is something that has utility across division. So it's something that's not just an ask between the transit departments, and an ask between, very large public administrations of all types to have an open mapping product. And then there, once you have that going, that in and of itself serves as a limit on the ability of those private lock-in based industries to continue to take advantage, because there's now an option that is open and can have local vendors. That's another part of the conversation that's really interesting, is that, if you have an open product, then you can have a studio that has literacy in the implementation of that product that is within the ecosystem of your local municipality, and you have a totally different relationship with them. So it's definitely, I definitely don't, I think you're right.
We've realigned.
yeah, we made it back, but it was definitely one of those moments where I'm like, no, these people really need to adjust their ask. And the main adjustment to the ask is that it should be an open product that is the product of the work that's done as a public, RFP.
Yeah. Amenity, is this something that resonates with you and in your perspective with Cap Metro and product? Is this question of scoping the thing you need from the perspective of the end user, and maybe tying in a concept that came up in our introductions, which is that that actually a dashboard publishing data can incentivize or advocate for, let's say, the user experience, which is something that's a flywheel that starts to spin with an open product, and it's a flywheel that spins the other direction for a proprietary product.
Yeah, we on my team, we don't work with transit data as much in terms of like Cap Metro data. That's kind of like its freestanding entity, since it's a separate group. But when I think about kind of these negotiations with the kind of what the market is providing and what we need and what would be helpful or serve us. I think about like the real-time road closure data. So when you think about kind of citizen generated data sets that are coming from Waze, and then the combination of those, how powerful it would be if we could have our right-of-way permits kind of available in the same platform. So when we have a road closure, whether it's for a day or an hour, that those were in a single data set, in a single data structure, to be able to provide that publicly. And so right now we're kind of like looking at vendor solutions and the direction that it kind of has to go, because there are these companies where they have that product, which is the data that they are collecting and the data that they're putting together, and they are going to add our data from our right of way to their product. And that's kind of like what's in it for us, because we get the data, but it gives us not not necessarily, it's a weird place to negotiate from, right? It's like, okay, and then how pretty can you make this for us, or how real time can you make this for our staff? And so that's a project that's like kind of just opening up right now. But what, you know, I think the way that we will have to approach it is really from the perspective of our end users, so the city staff, and then the people who are actually holding these permits, and see, you know, how we can evaluate it from there. But it's something we're just starting to look into.
Ben mentioned like asking vendors to make their code available or open source, which I 100% agree with. Even incrementally, there's some instances in government where government doesn't even own their own data. They've entered into an agreement with a vendor, and you get the service from the vendor. And if you want to get access to or use what you would normatively believe is your own data, you have to pay even more every time you want to touch it or look at it. And so I hope people can move more in the direction of open source. I think the the owning your own data part is probably less controversial, or like less defensible. Like it definitely, like once you say, so every time I want to like just access this, I have to pay you again and again and again. That seems to be like vendors will like cave on that.
Good point. Yeah. And I'm not sure I want the data for these applications that they're selling. Sorry, I'm not sure I want the code. I'm not sure I want this like Cold Fusion code for like this thing that they're like consuming. But yes, the data very much, if in those contracts specifically where yeah, having some verbiage that we could reuse around that would be really useful.
Victoria, I see you've
I just want like plus 100 to Ryan.
Yeah.
And
I
with
wonder
these notes.
the
Yeah, no, I think it's
standardization.
so I just think the ownership part is so important too. I think, you know, as a private company that supports a lot of governments with their data, we, you know, feel super strongly that it's sort of on behalf, and, you know, and then whether it's during the course of the project or the end of the project, it's you know, transferred. But I know that that's not as commonplace as I think we wish it was as a standard practice between public sector and private sector. And, you know, on both sides, the private sector, I think, being thoughtful about that and volunteering it, and the public sector, you know, sort of making sure to ask for it as well, and putting that into procurement like requirements.
And I wonder, and speaking of procurement requirements, and now you're starting to see requirements for standard data formats like MDS. And so I want to return to the power of that, not only in kind of standardization across jurisdictions, but also in conditioning the relationship between public sector and companies, where if you have a standardized data format, you can start to ask for that data in a consistent way and start to compare across different service providers, for example. You also can start to bleed out into other sectors. MDS is now looking at a curb specification, which I think is brilliant and interesting as a function of these different uses of the public right-of-way. So many of us here have had an experience of MDS as a kind of poster child for transforming this. But Victoria, I know you've worked with that quite in depth. Is that correct?
Yes, got the like wonderful front row seat of working with LADOT sort of in the beginning of the scooter, like the big scooter deployments, and they're very much the leader and the wrangler of both the initial specification and then the development of the Open Mobility Foundation. So I feel like I had a really unique front row seat on the specification development, which we work a lot with as a company as well.
So opening it up, I mean, what have we started to see in terms of interjurisdictionality between different regions as a function of standardized data? And can we think about additional standards or additional harmonization and what that would mean for interjurisdictional relationships?
Yeah, I think there's a tremendous amount of value there, and just, you know, thinking about the interoperability, you know, as both the interoperability and the ability to have more flexibility in like a vendor ecosystem. It creates a scenario where, you know, it doesn't create identical deployments, but, you know, anybody who is a vendor in the space, if you are, you know, a city customer, you have a certain amount of confidence that whether you're using software from my company or one of our many, amazing competitors, you're going to see the same type of, you're sort of getting the same basis of information that's sort of taken off the table. And as you sort of own your data as the city later on in the project, maybe you're the county and you've procured one solution, and maybe like the Bayer City in your county has procured a separate solution. Both those systems use MDS. So if you are using the data sets from both of those within your civic government, you're now not in a total apples to oranges scenario, especially as you might see, one scooter zoom across different boundary lines or things. And it's less about that one, I think it's less about like managing that one vehicle in the sort of the level of sophistication that we have today around data and that type of transportation, but more about like, oh, can we compare like to like? And if we're looking at whether it's vehicle miles traveled or the level of like, issues with sidewalk writing, we can both actually have that information in the city and in the state if we're using different solutions. But like the data sets that we're using should be fairly comparable. We're not in like wildly different territories.
I think that's crucially important, and especially when we talk about things like, well, there's the internal government usage sort of thing that you're talking about with MDS, and how do we actually manage what's going on sidewalks and streets. There's also, I think, from a transit perspective, this question of how do people actually find their way wherever it is that they're going, right? Or I mean, more broadly, just how do vehicles get where they're going? There's not really the real existence of some of these government arbitrary lines that exist if you're just a person who's trying to move through space on a transit vehicle. So we deal with that a lot here. And I think one of the important things to remember is that in the absence of that easy exchange of data from different sources, we've sort of seen how that works, and the answer is not very well. And I can use another example from the LA area, which is, of course, a very large urbanized area, one in which many different transit operators are utilizing the roads. And you will find throughout the city, throughout the larger area around the city, examples where you have maybe as many as 10 different transit agencies servicing what is functionally the same stop. So you have all manner of different solutions for how are you going to sign those stops so that individuals know what vehicle is coming, when are they coming, are you getting on a bus that's even operated by the right transit agency? But it's extremely confusing, even under the best scenarios, at least in the absence of that sort of interjurisdictional data sharing. We have things like 3 different poles supporting 3 signs each telling you which routes are going to be stopping here and under what conditions. So the cacophony of information can really be simplified dramatically digitally, and in a situation where all of the digital operators are aware of one another. You avoid the danger, which is that I like to take the scooter example, right? Like if I were in one city and a scooter were riding through and I was perfectly aware of where it is, and then the next city over is not aware of that, then it's as though that scooter just was born fully formed the minute that it crossed the border, right? And so getting that broader context actually opens up an entire world of information that can be used to make people's lives easier.
Yeah, and even worse than the scooter has appeared and reappeared is the worst case scenario that I think we often deal with is a lot of folks have different regulations. A lot of those are now expressed digitally, which is great. Things like, speed limit, especially like speed throttling. So what happens if you, and I will use LA because This is the part I'm like, what happens when jurisdiction 1 has throttled the speed, you know, to 10 and you cross some invisible to you boundary line, your speed throttle is immediately off. You can go back up to 30, and then 5 blocks later, you're out of West Hollywood, you're back in LA proper, and you're back down to 10. Like, you as the writer are just like, what happened? And that's unsafe and weird, and, you know, all those things, and trying to smooth those things out is a hard problem.
Yeah. I just want to note that we're running short on time. If there are any audience questions, we'd love to hear them, try and answer them quickly. Just kind of returning to this conversation about the standardization and what it means for a scooter to cross lines. Ben, you spend part of your time in the Netherlands, and the Netherlands has been experimenting with mobility as a service, which I think is the kind of ultimate, let's say, apotheosis of what we're describing when we talk about data standards, is actually standardizing all transit options into one combined solution, which obviously has massive positive implications for the rider experience, but also can appear quite scary for some of the providers like Uber, who competes on the user interface essentially and the driver network. So Ben, if you could maybe describe a bit of that.
Well, I mean, yeah, I would say that, you know, Netherlands is one of many of the European states that are now trying to, you know, push back a little bit on the deployment of micromobility by the private providers, and, you know, in general, you know, knit things together into a more, resident-centered experience, rather than one that's about, you know, all of these different shards. I would say, but one of the things that I found really interesting in Sweden actually is that they require their micromobility providers to share their data, and when they do that, the state is able to do things like they have implemented an algorithm that tells them where they should put. They reclaim parking spaces into car parking spaces into micromobility hubs, and part of that algorithm is determined by the use data that they're given by the providers. So there's, you know, in terms of creating an ecosystem where there is, you know, in general, I think that those, especially the shared bike systems where there's both public and a private provider of those, a lot of those, or multiple private providers, a lot of those systems have a platformization element that the state side is working on to make sure that there's kind of a data harness that the private providers can participate in. And, you know, that kind of work is something that really, you know, if you make that promise both to your, you know, your users, but also to, you know, to the constituents, but also, you know, you require that of your private providers, then it really does, you know, project this kind of, you know, a motivating force to reorganize the sort of data infrastructure on the back end. And, you know, that a lot of times having these types of ecosystemic partnerships drive things forward, you know, between all the actors. So, and something that, you know, has that type of visceral public result where it is about having a mobility as a service, like, you know, a transit planning across multiple different actors, and this type of thing is you know, is a very tangible result for the public, and so that serves to feed back into the policy uptake, because, you know, there's positive results. And Sweden definitely has made strides in this regard, as has the Netherlands now. In there, I mean, Netherlands has already come close to a unified transit plan in terms of having a single sign-on for all of the different transit infrastructures with one tap card and this type of thing, and that really required a lot of heavy lifting on the back end of all of those systems, but it was something that was prioritized in the policy. So it's definitely possible, but it's just a question of making sure you have the policy buy-in on all the levels that are necessary.
Sure. Yeah, and we're making small steps in that direction with things like the MDS. I think that's the foundation that you have to be building on. I want to welcome any closing thoughts from people, and before we wrap up our session here. No one, right?
No one else.
Open source is awesome. Like, I feel like we can all agree on that.
I have been trying to share into the chat a document that we've generated with Matthew's help as well about procurement, looking at procurement in a distributed way and in a way that results in open code and public code, and we'll share that to whatever kind of distribution lists we have after this session. But it definitely is, pertains to all of this. And I think really, the conversation about open data being the real thing that we're looking for here, like you said, Ryan, I think that's above all, you can't, there can't be services that make the data private. That's really crazy. But I think going forward, looking at the idea of solving problems by collaborating on building infrastructure that is useful for everyone and guarantees that, the lock-in won't happen and there's inclusiveness that we can look at that isn't the sort of thing that the market can address, I think is super important to think about.
Yeah. That's great.
I'll just say, in terms of final thoughts, both myself and Ryan are part of a group called the Mobility Data Interoperability Principles. And this is a multi-state and actually international coalition working on these issues, trying to spread not just awareness, but also resources for public agencies to use to get products that are interoperable and to work with vendors that support interoperability. So our website is interoperablemobility.org, and you can definitely reach out to me as well. I'm happy to provide any more information on that.
Thank you, Scott. That's fantastic. All right. Well, I really appreciate all of your contribution. I've learned a lot today, and I think this is starting point for perhaps more collaboration. But I really appreciate your time, your thoughts, your expertise. I appreciate the work that you're doing, each of you in your corner of this mobility and data space. So thank you. And thank you, Hector, for organizing this event, for all the work you do in Portland. The number of times I hear your name, Hector, as the person who's making ripples in positive ripples throughout the Portland ecosystem is I can't count them. So thank you. Thank you, everyone. And we look forward to more conversations.
Yeah, and on behalf of the City of Portland, I really want to thank everybody here. I apologize because we tried to bring some of our colleagues from our Bureau of Transportation to join. They're super busy, and this panel had been postponed, so it was kind of hard to get everybody. But looking forward to working with all of you. Thank you so
much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, and for everybody still here, thank you so much for your participation. Let me share again my screen. So we actually are having this coming Saturday, the Open Data Discotheque. Please, and promote the event. If you think that these presentations have been only one-sided event, you're right. That's kind of a little bit on purpose because of the time and the effort that is taken just to bring people together. Maybe in the future we can think about some other ways in which we can have more interactive sessions like this. But the upside is that we are actually creating a space for everybody, including city staff, people from the community, or everybody, people from the academic world, to join and start exploring what the open data sets that the City of Portland has to offer. What are they? We are having a kickoff event on Friday at 6 p.m. Please visit our website, smartcitypdx.com. In the events section, so you will see that access, and yeah, please register, join on Friday, and if you want, join on Saturday. We are very grateful for partnering organizations that include our colleagues who are Smart City PDX program, our colleagues from the Digital Inclusion group within the city, the Portland State University, Co4PDX, which is the local brigade of Co4 America, PDX Women in Tech, and who have been helping to put together this Open Data Discotheque. So with that, thank you so much for joining today, and enjoy the rest of your day. And we are stopping this event now.